Sound check 1 2 1 2.
Ready? Good evening, everybody. If we can please take our seats. Thank you for joining us tonight. Before I begin this special City Council meeting, I'd like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. Speakers will be called up to speak by number. When your number is called, please approach the podium and deposit your number into the bin. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. Lining up will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. If you did not receive a number in which to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and city staff will issue you a number card. We are not allowed to have anyone standing in the back or the side of the room. Let's go ahead and please take our seats. And I would like to call to order the special City Council meeting at 5:39. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez,
Present.
Councilmember Sosa,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Present.
and Mayor Frometa.
Present. I would like now to call Reverend Samuel Ward from St. Raymond Catholic Church up to the podium to lead us in the invocation. If we can please stand.
Good evening, everyone. Is it still legal on the 24th of January to say Happy New Year, since I haven't seen most of you? Happy New Year. Hopefully had a happy Christmas and holiday season as we've entered into this new year. Hearts heavy, obviously, with our brothers and sisters in Monterey Park, now Half Moon Bay, praying for the repose of the soul of those who died, the injured, the family members and friends, and all of us, of course, outraged by such acts of senseless violence. Things are good at St. Raymond's Church. I've been there now a year and a half, and we're entering into Catholic Schools Week this Sunday. We have an open house on Sunday, so if any of you have TK through 8th grade sons or daughters who might be interested in Catholic education, come by for a tour from 10 to 1, and all the activities coming up next week. So I'm really excited about that, and otherwise other things are going well at the parish. So let us pray. We stand before you, loving God, conscious of our weaknesses, of our sinfulness, but aware that we gather in your holy name. Come to us, remain with us, and enlighten our hearts. Give us light and strength to know your will, to make it our own, and to live it in our lives. Guide us by your wisdom, support us by your power, loving and merciful. You desire justice for all. Enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. Unite us to yourself in the bond of love and keep us faithful to all that is true. As we gather in your holy name, may we temper justice with love, so that all our decisions may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. Lord, may everything we do begin with your inspiration and continue with your help, so that all our prayers and works may begin in you and by you be happily ended. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Blessings to everyone.
Thank you, Father Ward, for joining us tonight. I would like to call to the podium Chief Murray to lead us in the flag salute.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, thank you for joining us, everyone. I will be rearranging tonight's agenda and will be taking the public hearing item first, followed by the presentation and the council members and city managers' comments. We do have a public hearing item this evening. Item number 1 is to interview applicants for the Council District 1 vacancy. And we will receive input from the community regarding the vacancy appointment and consideration of appointment to fill the vacancy. It is recommended that the City Council, 1, conduct interviews of 4 applicants for the City Council District 1 vacancy. 2, receive input from the community regarding the vacancy appointment. 3, adopt the following resolution. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey determining and declaring that a temporary appointment to fill a vacancy on the Downey City Council for Electoral District 1 is essential to properly conduct city business pursuant to Downey City Charter Section 503E, pending the November 7th, 2023 special municipal election, to fill the vacancy for the remainder of the term. And number 4, consider appointing a qualified applicant to be sworn in on January 26, 2023, to temporarily fill the Council District 1 seat until a successor is elected at the special municipal election to be held on November 7th, 2023. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 5:45. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
I do, Mayor.
I'll make a motion. Can I get a second to receive and file the publication?
Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Interim City Manager Scott, is there a staff report on this item?
The city clerk will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, Interim City Manager Scott. At the December 8, 2022 Special City Council meeting, the City Council directed city staff to begin the process to temporarily fill the Council District 1 vacancy created by the resignation of former Councilmember Blanca Pacheco. The temporary appointment would be until a special municipal election is held on November 7, 2023. The seat would then be filled by the candidate elected into office for the remainder of the unexpired term, which ends November 2024. Councilmember Blanca Pacheco's resignation on December 4th, 2022, triggered a 60-day period for the council to temporarily fill the vacancy by appointment. This 60-day period to make a temporary appointment ends or expires on February 2nd, 2023. If an applicant is selected this evening, he or she will be sworn in and seated at a special city council meeting on January 26. If no applicant is selected, the seat will remain vacant until filled by the November 7, 2023 special municipal election. The city clerk's office opened the vacancy application period on December 9, 2022, and received 4 applications by the due date of January 9th. The city clerk verified eligibility and voter registration status of the applicants with the Los Angeles County Register Recorder's Office. The 4 applicants are Timothy Horn, Hector Lujan, Elvira Meraz, and Horacio Ortiz. Staff recommends that the City Council interview the 4 applicants, receive public comment, adopt a resolution determining and declaring that a temporary appointment to fill the Council District 1 vacancy is essential to properly conduct city business, and consider temporarily appointing one of the applicants to fill the vacancy until the special municipal election takes place and the election results are certified. This concludes my report. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Council colleagues, does anybody have any questions regarding this? Okay, let's move on with this. My council colleagues and I appreciate the interest of the applicants to fill the Council District 1 seat by temporary appointment. Before we begin the interview process, I will explain how we're going to go ahead and do that. I will ask members of the audience to please remain quiet during this process, Any disruption, any type of disruptive behavior that interferes with this business and interferes with us moving forward will be result in giving that individual a warning and then followed by removal from this meeting. I want to make sure that everybody understands there's no noisy demonstrations based on our Downey Municipal Code, standing, including in the seating area, the aisles, or in the doorways. All noisy demonstrations, cheering, yelling, clapping, stomping, and whistling, interfering with others, addressing the city council, including yelling, using foul language, bringing or carrying any sign or large object into the council chambers. Please put your sign down. Thank you. That is against our Downey Municipal Code 2105. Smoking, addressing the city council or staff without prior recognition by the mayor. Recording, photographing, or taping from the side aisles, middle aisles, or the front of council chambers, or in any manner which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting, disturbs or disrupts the audience, speakers, or council members. That is the Downey Municipal Code 2105. One warning will be given, and if that disruption persists, the individual will be removed for the entire meeting. Thank you. The order of the interviews will be determined by a random drawing to be conducted shortly. Once the order is determined, the first applicant to be interviewed will remain in the council chambers while the other 3 applicants take a seat in the conference room behind the chambers and wait their turn to be interviewed. At the start of the interview, each applicant will have 3 minutes to introduce themselves. Following the applicant's introduction, each council member will have the opportunity to ask the applicant 2 questions. All applicants will be asked the same questions, and responses will be limited to 3 minutes. Once all interview questions have been asked, each applicant will have 2 minutes to add any closing remarks. At the conclusion of each interview, the applicant must return to their seat in the conference room until all applicants have been interviewed. Once all applicants have been interviewed, city staff will ask the applicants to return to the council chambers. At that time, the council will then take public comment regarding this public hearing item. At the close of the public comment period, the council will consider adopting a resolution determining and declaring that a temporary appointment to fill the Council District 1 vacancy is essential to properly conduct city business. Following the adoption of the resolution, the City Council will deliberate and consider taking formal action to appoint an applicant to fill the Council District 1 seat temporarily until the holding of the special municipal election on November 7th of this year. City Clerk Duarte, would you please conduct the random drawing to determine the order of the interviews? For those of you standing in the
Yes,
aisles,
ma'am.
there are seats available. Thank you.
Mayor, we have the 4 names in alphabetical order by last name here on the screen, and I will go ahead and do the randomized drawing. Okay, the order is first person to be interviewed, Timothy Horn. Second person, Hector Lujan. Third person, Horacio Ortiz. And fourth person, Elvira Meraz.
Okay, thank you very much. The first applicant may proceed to the podium while the remaining 3 applicants proceed to the conference room and await their turn to be interviewed. And I know we're having some individuals join us tonight. They are Downey High School athletes from the football team and the water polo team and their families, which we are so thrilled to welcome to our council chambers. They are here for a special presentation after we conduct these interviews. So students, thank you for joining us tonight. Parents, thank you for joining us tonight. It is a pleasure having you, and you will be recognized for your amazing efforts after we conduct these interviews. So thank you for your patience. Okay, if we are ready, Mr. Horn, would you please come up to the podium? Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me? Loud enough?
We can hear you. Thank you for
Okay.
joining us
I
tonight.
just don't want to yell. 'Cause
Well, maybe if you
sometimes
put
I'm
the-
real strong in my voice.
If you put the microphone a little higher up. And
It keeps falling on me. I could hold it here. Is that good enough?
that's
Okay.
good. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for welcoming to take a chance and explain what I see the problems in my district are, as well as other districts. My main purpose, as I put into my application, is public safety, which I think we all the applicants want. The second one was the parking issue. There are multiple parking issues. There are solutions. It takes a long time to go through each solution, but it can be done. I'd like to see better solutions to problems that we already have. And let me give you a couple examples. There are 7 blocks that have preferential parking. I participated in 5 of them. Now, when we send out the application, it is always a restriction from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Now, I'm a regular working person, just like everybody else. I don't want to have to get up at 2 a.m. to go park my car. What am I going to do prior to 2 a.m. with my car if I can't park on the street? So I'd like to see a better solution of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That gives people that work. I've got nurses on my block that have a midnight shift. When they return, they cannot park. They have to park across their driveway because it's a 2 a.m. restriction. I changed two of the preferentials to a different hour. But when I speak to the other applicants, the residents that have gone through the process, they never knew they could change the time period. It was just whatever the city gave them, they accepted. Some of them are handicapped and they have no parking, they have no garage. And to deliver groceries to someone that is in homebound and they can't do it because you have to double park, I'm just looking for a better solution. It's a better solution to give them a wider period. Another thing is the half chance that we had not too long ago with the Ward Elementary School. There's the school only put in for basically three parking spots. And when I asked Principal Diaz, would that solve the problem? No, because the backup in the community is still more than 10 cars. Thus, I'd like to see, when we offer suggestions to the schools, to the residents, I would like to see them be given a better alternative, a wider alternative, rather than having to come back to the council, go through the committee process, and it takes a long time because I've done it. I did it in 2017, and to go to neighbors and discuss this, it can take months. Did I run out of time?
You did, Mr. Horn.
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Okay.
And thank you for your opening statement. I would like to ask you the first question,
Okay.
and that is why are you interested in this appointment? I think part of your statement already answered that.
Yes. My
Any
priority-
additional comments you would like to share with us?
Yeah, a big issue has always been up, and I know Councilman Trujillo appeared back last May talking about the parking situation. There are multiple resolutions, but to get to those multiple resolutions, each district and each parking problem is unique. As we found out on 2nd Street off of Paramount, where people have back alleys, they have trash bins, people cannot park in the garage because other people are parking behind the garage, and we had to do something about that. And we offered them a solution based upon research of other cities. Public safety is always a problem because I have talked to some of the schools and they are being vandalized. Some of this is because of what happened with the 4 alleys that were shut down, and the police did a fine presentation on this. They shut down the alleys, but where did the people using drugs and alcohol go? They hopped the fence into the schools and did their drinking and paraphernalia there. And I have residents in the areas that have committed to that. And I do not want it to go to the schools because along with the new construction that they have, there's possibility for vandalism because it's new buildings, new gymnasiums. I've had the opportunity to visit a few of the schools, and I'm anticipating, I want to be more proactive about this. There's poor lighting in some of the schools, and I would like to see a little more lighting so they cannot break into the buildings and vandalize. Now, it probably happens anyways, but if someone in the neighborhood sees it, they can report it. When it's dark in a shadow, you're less likely to have someone report it to the police.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Now, my second question to you is, what qualities do you have that will help bring stability and help promote compromise to this council at this time?
I'm a very open thinker, and as I have done in the Public Works Committee, I have offered different opinions, sometimes people not fully understanding, and that's why it needs to be elaborated. I will give you an example there. We recently had, when I was talking about the Ward Elementary School, I tried to get the committee to see that the street sign should say school parking only between 7:30 and 8:30 and 2 to 3:30, rather than no parking from those hours because of school parking. It kind of is a dilemma. You're saying no parking, but a simpler way of saying it would be school parking only between those hours. And I think the community would understand it more than that, no parking between the hours for school parking. So I'm looking to make it more simple. The residents that I've talked to, they don't want a bogus long stream thing. It should be out there and simple for everybody to understand.
Thank you. Is that your answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's many things, but I mean, we're limited to 2 hours to discuss this, and it's not an open forum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Horn. I will go ahead and turn it over to my council colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, for his 2 questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Horn.
Yes.
The appointment is only for 8 months. What would be your top 3 goals that you would work on as a representative for District 1 for 8 months?
Well, first of all would be public safety. And I want to see things improved. Like I said, I've visited the elementary schools with improvements. A little more lighting would help. If I have to find out how the funding for the lighting for the schools and the fields are. And that I am unaware of, but I will find out through the council how the funding is done for improving lighting, improving that, as well as, like I said, the parking. Parking is ever going to be a problem. We're starting to develop at the main post office. If you put 2 extremely large vehicles within 2 spots, it is hard to get around. I've seen it twice. I don't usually visit all the time because I have a drop mail service. But the times I did, if you had anything other than a VW, you are squeezing around one vehicle to get to the other because it extends the parking lot. And I'm not objecting to the large vehicles, but maybe put them in a further lot, or develop something special for the trucks that have to come in there and deliver their mail.
So to summarize, your top 3 goals would be centered around public safety, lighting, and parking.
Parking would be just as because we're having parking problems all the time.
Okay. In a more broad sense, what do you believe are the top issues or concerns facing our great city, the city of Downey, today?
Well, public safety, and it's not because of the residents. We've all heard about the chases and stuff that have come to Downey, the wrecks, the robberies. So public safety, making sure that we have the manpower and enforcement that can handle that. If we're undermanned, I don't want to say man because there's women and men under personnel, as well as the parking. Parking continues to get problems. I don't want the children to ever be afraid of having to go to school or finding out one morning the school's been vandalized. I think we can head some of those problems off. There are methods of doing it, and I would have to give you a 40-minute thing to discuss the parking and every issue that's involved. When you heard every issue, you will see some of the resolutions to the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Thank you. Now moving to Councilmember Sosa.
Good evening, Mr. Horn. Thank you for joining us tonight. I have a couple of questions. First one is with respect to the community, what service organizations are you part of, and for how long have you been serving on those?
I've been active in Downey for a long time, since the 80s. I started out as the VITA assistant, which is the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program, back in 81, 82. The IRS, after passing exams, made me the regional director, which included Long Beach, North Long Beach, Lakewood, Downey, Pico Rivera, and Santa Fe Springs. I received the Gold Leaf Award, which is not given to everyone at the IRS, for my service and my knowledge in the field of taxation. I've done canned food drives. Lately, I've done the Warren High School recycling program, where you bring in things that need to be recycled, computers, microwaves, whatever needs to be recycled, to help the Warren High School with their fundraising. It's basically a fundraising process. And let me add one more thing. I've had years of experience dealing with the elderly. I work with the Medicare system. I watch, and I've been working, 2 years ago, I worked to have an organization that's through Medicare have a home base in Downey, as opposed to when you call Medicare and one of the 8 acceptable ones that use PIH hospital, you have to go to Woodland Hills, you have to go to Calabasas, downtown LA, and you're servicing Downey. We have a number of residents that are in homes, in special apartments around Downey, and rather than having to call someone in a headquarter there, let me get a decentralized unit here of maybe a staff of 20, and they don't have to go report out to Woodland Hills, because I've asked them, do you report out to Woodlands? Yeah, they have to drive out there. We can do it here in Downey. We can find a space. I found space. I kind of put that on the back burner because I want to see if the different organizations are interested, and it helps promote business and helps the senior society.
Great, thank you for that answer.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Also, you've kind of partly answered this already, but 2 parts to this. How long have you lived in District 1, and what do you feel are the top priorities for your district?
50 years. I've seen everything from no street lights to street lights. I used to cruise all the way from Gardendale all the way up to Imperial. There was no light, there were no stops. You just, back in the 70s, you could cruise right up the line. I could go and cruise. I'd go up to 30 and just cruise all the way up to Imperial. We have that. We've got a new thing on crime. We just started last week a 213 house coalition. I don't know how many residents, but it's 213 homes. We've found the people that are doing the crimes. We know the people doing the crimes. Most of them are around the neighborhood or another city. We've been able to track them. I've contacted the FBI. I've got locations. Things that have happened recently about vandalism, we know the time. I know when they're vandalizing cars around my area. It's between 1:30 and 3 in the morning. We got people going around the neighborhood. We got people checking. We got new surveillance cameras, and we're cracking down on the crime ourselves.
Thank you. So public
Sure.
safety is your top
Public
priority?
safety is always number one.
Yes. Thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Sosa. Councilmember Alvarez.
Good evening, Mr. Horn. The first question is, one of the persistent issues the community brings up is the cost of housing, especially rent. Over half of Downey residents are renters. What are your broad views on addressing this issue faced by Downey families?
I've actually addressed that issue in 2017, where we had a parking problem. And when I went to the rental units, because when planning is done, maybe there's only 1 or 2 spots to a resident. And then you have, for those residents that do not have garages, they were flooding into the area. They did have about 118 spots on 128 parking spots, but people in the units were not paying the fee. When I talked to them in 2017, the coalition, sometimes it's a HOM, the Home Organization Association, they've waived the fee so that people can park after 6, because after 6, this is one of the things on preferential parking, they would come and they would flood my neighborhood and the surrounding community with cars because they didn't want to pay $40 a month to park. As part of the community, we got them to open up and just give them their parking spots, granting, rather than having a permit to park at the apartment or the condominium, which is causing a problem. You got rental issues, which have to be discussed. I know that's always an issue about kicking someone out, and there are laws about that and when you can and can't do that. We did work, and the council did work for the $700,000 grant program to help people stay in the rental property while the times were hard. We need to expand something. If you don't want to work, that's one problem. If you want to work and you're not getting the job, we need to work on getting them employed. Just like the homeless. Now, the homeless, eventually it's coming to the neighborhood. There are ways we can solve the homeless. There's a perfect area at Rancho Los Amigos, and they have the spot. We need to talk with them about potential rehabilitation. Since it's a rehabilitation hospital, we can move establishments in there. There are real cheap units you can move in on a daily basis. LA's done it. It's a 125 square foot unit where you can live. You rent it for the day, you take it back, or you can have the permanent where you're developing skills. We need to get people to have, if you can't find work in your area, we need to retrain them, retool them, and get them employed.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Second question is, are you planning to run in November?
I missed that question.
Are you planning to run in November?
I'm thinking about it, but I want to see how the first 8-9 months go, and whether or not I can accomplish something if I'm too one-sided to the rest of the committee. But I am opinionated. I do offer multiple decisions, and I do question a lot, as I've done in my Public Works Committee. I am proactive. I want to see more proactive activities. I'm looking ahead. That's why I brought up the parking and I brought up the school issue, because there's potential theft and vandalism. The 4 alleys that have been cut off and the people that have communicated with me about the drinking, we know the time, from 9 to 11 on a Thursday night. We know where you're going to be, and we know about the drug needles and stuff. And they claim, and I'll take their word for it, that they've called the police and they keep coming back. We got to find a solution to that.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Sure.
Thank you for your time. At this time, we would like for you to provide us with your closing statement.
Well, I'm not up here shooting a lot of hot air. I've already got the ideas. I know potential things. I wanted to run it around the council. I want to describe the problem so that we all know what it is. No resident can say that we haven't gone in detail, because I'm going to detail the problem to an extent. We're going to make a rule. We might even have to change some laws or get some enforcement. But once we have a solid rule, then we will know which way we want to go. We don't have to go preferential parking. There is other issues. People are now using their front lawn and going to the planning committee and parking there. I don't want to see that happen if we don't have to. If it's just one resident, we need to first figure out if it's just the resident or if it's coming from outside the residency. And then we can solve the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Sure.
At this time, this concludes the interview process for you. I would like to now call to the podium Mr. Hector Lujan, and you can go ahead and proceed to the back of our conference room. Again, I want to welcome the students and the families that are here. You are being witness to a really special time in the history of Downey as we conduct interviews of 4 interested applicants in the vacancy of District 1, which was vacated by our former council member, Blanca Pacheco, who has gone on to State Assembly. And this is, I think, a really interesting moment for you. As soon as we are done with these interviews, we're going to go ahead and recognize your accomplishments for Downey High School athletes in the areas of water polo and football. So thank you, students, thank you, parents, and thank you, coaches, for your patience. Mr. Hector Lujan, welcome, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me here, Mayor Fermetta. Council members, it's an honor to be here. Hopefully, we can be colleagues in the future. It's a great opportunity to be here to serve our community with you guys. It's a beautiful community here, so definitely looking forward to the questions here. So
Thank you. Well, you have an additional 2 minutes and 45 seconds for your opening statement.
Okay, thank you. So a longtime resident here in Downey, 26 years. We moved in and loved the city so much that one of the things that my wife and I here, we really enjoyed, wanted to raise our kids here. And we have 2 sons. We stayed in the same home. We did additions because we only had one at the time, and then we had the second one, so we did some additions to the house because we love our neighborhood that we live. And so I started getting involved with the city as one of we're public servants. My wife and I, we're in public education. So one of the things that we've always been involved is helping our communities, whether it's in youth sports or whether it's at the church, where our sons, they went to St. Raymond's. We helped out with a lot of the fundraising there with them, from cookie doughs. And so making sure that we were there to help give a lending hand. As teachers, my wife and I, we were teachers at one point. She's still a teacher. I'm now an assistant principal for the Paramount Adult School. I was at the high school, at Paramount High School, for 5 years as the dean, as an administrator. and then went over to the adult school as an assistant principal. So I've had a lot of leadership roles that I've been able to experience, and just again being a public servant. One of the big ones that I did here in Downey was Downey AYSO Region 24, which we had over 2,000 kids playing soccer. And one of the things, I was never one of those dads that said, I'm going to push my kids to play baseball because that's what I played growing up. And they did play baseball for West Downey Little League. I coached there in West Downey Little League for a few years, but they wanted to just focus on soccer. And soccer has become such a phenomenal sport, and definitely for me, that's a huge part of my me helping the community. So I said, okay, what can I do besides coaching? And when I became a commissioner for the division, next thing I know, I was given an opportunity to be the commissioner for the organization, which again, that gave me a lot of experience helping, again, the community. Also, as part of that, when I moved on, once I finished my tenure with them, I ended up helping now that it's what we call the area board for AYSO. So it affects about 12 cities around the area, including Downey, as well. Another thing that I've been involved with is the Kiwanis, the Nighthawks, I believe is what we call it. I did it for a couple of years, and that was always really fun to be part of that. Also, Relay for Life. I'm involved with the Relay for Life after having experienced some kids during the time I was a commissioner for AYSO. I felt that I wanted to make a difference, an impact, a positive impact, because of cancer.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up for your statement.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't see the timer.
I wanted to be thoughtful. I didn't want to just interrupt you, but thank you, Mr.
Thank you so
Lujan. So my first question is, and you've really talked a lot about your service to the community through various clubs and organizations. And my question to you at this point in time, why are you interested in this appointment?
Well, one of the things that the Assembly member Ms. Pacheco, she reached out to me and she mentioned that she would love to see me take over her seat, and she I talked, we met and we discussed it. For me, definitely I enjoy living here. We still live here. We love the city, and I definitely want to have a positive impact on the community. And one way is being on the council to be able to have that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan. My second question before I turn it over to my council colleagues is, what qualities do you have that will help bring stability and help promote compromise to this council at this point in time? As you know, Downey has gone through a really interesting transition, and what are the qualities that you have that can help us?
Well, I've had some leadership roles, and I still feel that I can bring something to the table, to the group. I'm non-biased. I'm coming in with an attitude to come in and help the community. And I know we're all here for the same reason. Whether we agree or disagree, I think we could do it in a professional manner. It's important that we all, we look at that way. And yeah, there might be something that we disagree on, but in a respectful manner. I think that's important. I've always been one, you always have to listen to people. You can't just go in and make a decision just because you feel like you're being offended. You have to listen. And if you do that, I think it opens up, especially with COVID right now, we see so many things happening, with our employees. Things happen at their homes and they call out sick. You can't get mad at the point, because a lot of times people are going, wait a minute, hey, they're flaking out. No, something happened and there's reasons why. So you have to be a good listener for something like that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Good evening, Mr. Lujan. If appointed, what would be your top 3 goals to work on during the 8-month period that you would be on council?
Well, definitely safety is always a key part. I know a lot of things happen. We hear what happened over in Monterey Park and up north. Those are the things that always we want to make sure that safety is a priority for all of us, for our kids, for elderly, for everyone. So definitely I wanted to make sure that we support our police department, our fire department, and making sure that the resources they need, that we're actually, giving to them, because to be successful here and be safe in our community. That's one. You said you wanted three? Yes. All right. Because my background was youth sports, definitely the parks and rec. I want to make sure that the parks, we have a beautiful complex that was just built recently. I got to be part of that and as a planning commissioner back in the day. And I really was really happy to see that it evolved and developed, having a partnership with the county and getting that happen, because the kids need definitely places where they can go play, compete. It's a way that the kids are safe, and we build some good friendships right there with my sons, like my sons did through AYSO and baseball. The third one, I think definitely bringing, let's see, so we said, let's step back here. I want to make sure that our community has economic development. We have businesses. When I was a planning commissioner, we had a ton of businesses coming in. We got to vote on the projects, and definitely I saw prosper because it helps our city. When we have restaurants coming in, we have businesses, local mom and pop businesses that come in. We want to be very inviting, open-minded to them, and definitely I think that's one of the things that I would want to be. Hopefully, I can help out in doing the tenure part.
So to summarize, your top 3 goals would be centered around public safety, park and recs, and economic development.
Yes.
What do you believe are the top issues facing the city overall today?
Well, I think actually making sure that the city can bring the businesses, because we've seen some businesses close down. I really have seen it like on Firestone Boulevard. COVID definitely it hurt a lot of people, the businesses, people not being able to go out and go eat at restaurants or go to the movies. Definitely, I think that would be one of my things that I see that we're struggling with, and I want to be able to help with getting that come flourish again like we were doing before.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo.
Thank you. Councilmember Sosa?
Mr. Sosa?
Thank you for being here, and nice to meet you.
Likewise, sir.
You may have answered some of this already, but what service organizations are you part of, and how long have you been serving on those organizations?
Okay, so for the Downey AYSO, it's been my son's 26. He started when he was 5 years old, so 21 years ago. At different capacity levels, from coaching, from running the division, being the commissioner. At St. Raymond's, both my boys played basketball, and I was coaching. I didn't play basketball in high school, but I learned how to coach. And one of the things, you need volunteers, and so it's a small school, so we definitely I was able to coach them playing basketball through the years there. The Relay for Life was the big one that I'm still involved. I'm team captain for the Relay for Life team. We just had recently, we raised over almost, it was like $1,700 for our team. And since COVID, before COVID, we did a little bit better, but since COVID, it's been tough getting more people to volunteer, to help out. So the cities like City of Paramount, Downey, Bellflower, Norwalk, we all came together and we did the Relay for Life last year. So for me, being involved with the Relay for Life is still something that's big to my heart. Seeing what happened to some of our friends passing away, kids that were playing soccer with us when they were little. The Kiwanis Club, definitely a great club to be part of, helping out the community. That was one of the things that my highlights. And West Downey Little League. That was one of the things, West Downey Little League, because I grew up playing baseball. So to me, it was easy to go and start coaching baseball and helping out in the league too. So those are the kind of things that I was involved with.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So how long have you lived in District 1, and what do you feel are the top priorities for your district?
It's 26 years I've lived there, and we moved in just before my son turned 2 years old. And some of the things that I've seen there is how we do keep, the safety as a priority. We live close to Paramount. We have some areas that sometimes we get concerned about. But for example, we don't have any problems with graffiti or anything like that. So public, service for that part. we're good there. There's some liquor stores that we always want to make sure, like, there's people that go to the liquor stores, and sometimes you got to be mindful. Okay, they're going for a reason there, and okay, so but I think overall in District 1 we flourish. We have Kaiser, we have the Promenade. Back when I was planning commissioner, those are the things that were evolving back then in District 1, and I definitely it's a huge positive thing for us there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alvarez.
Good evening, Mr. Lujan.
Good evening, Ms. Alvarez.
First question, one of the persistent issues the community brings up is the cost of housing, especially rents. Over half of Downey residents are renters. What are your broad views on addressing this issue faced by Downey families?
So the concern is, housing all over. It's just not in Downey. It's everywhere. It's going up. Unfortunately, it affects everyone. And so, from the homeowners' part, when they're renting, they have to take into account what's the cost of living for them too as well. Where the property taxes are moving up, or to fix something, it adds up. I know that sometimes people think, okay, well, I pay my rent. We want to keep everybody in a safe area, and Downey's a great place to live, and people will pay sometimes little more than the surrounding cities to live here, and because they like the schools, they like the area here. So unfortunately, sometimes they do got to pay a little higher price than that. But again, being a homeowner myself, I mean, something breaks down, I got to pay, somebody to come and fix it, whether it's an electrical outlet, and it costs money. And right now, you call an electrician to come to your house, do the air conditioning, it costs money. And unfortunately, when the owners have to give that to the renters as part of they're living there at the house.
Second question, are you planning to run in November?
Right now, I have not decided if I want to run in November. My wife and I, when this opportunity came up, I talked to her about it, and I said, you know what, we would definitely. I'm interested. I'd really like to be part of the city the way at this capacity and be colleagues with you guys, and hopefully we can make a huge difference. At this point right now, I can't say that I would run or I wouldn't run. Because again, I don't know. There's a lot of things that happen in life right now, and it was kind of quick. so it was really like, okay, let's see what's going on, and we'll see. But definitely, I love the city. So I mean, I know I can't say yes or no, but definitely it was something I consider.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan.
Thank you. Mr. Lujan, this is your time for your closing statement, and you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. All right. Well, thank you again so much for giving me this opportunity. It is definitely an honor. I mean, working beside you guys would be definitely something that I would definitely enjoy, and hopefully we can make that happen. Again, working for the city here, different capacities as public servants, as an educator. I know that we definitely are here. We're not here to make money. I'm not, as a public educator, my wife and I, we're not here to make money. We're here to help people, our humanity, kids. And this is one of the other chapters in my life that if I'm able to be part of it, I would definitely enjoy it and do the best that I can and take it very serious. Again, I'm very loyal working for the school district since I graduated in '86, and I started working for Paramount Unified in 1988 as an aide. And I worked as the district officer for 5 years. Then I went into teaching for 16, 17 years, and then 5 years at the high school. And then this is my 7th, 8th year at the Paramount Adult School as the assistant principal. So one of the things you'll see is the stability for me. Someone who's very loyal. I mean, again, to me, that speaks for itself because I really represent, the community, and definitely I want to have a positive impact in our community. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan. We really appreciate you coming
Thank you.
tonight.
Thank you,
And
Mayor.
at this time, I will ask you to step into the conference room back there as we will continue with our interviews tonight. Thank you. Okay, what I would like to do is my council colleagues and I have agreed we need to recognize these awesome students that are in the audience. I think that it's important for you all to be part of your local government and see how we are going about these interviews. But we also realize it is a school night. You probably are pretty exhausted. You probably have been in school since 6 a.m. and you have homework to do. And so at this time, Mr. Horacio Ortiz, we're going to take a brief pause to recognize the students that are joining us here tonight. I know. We thought it would be a good idea to present them with certificates.
Yes.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Okay. Let me go downstairs and recognize the hard work of these amazing students. So give me just a moment.
And I'll just remind the council members not to talk amongst yourselves about the public hearing while we take this brief break to recognize the high school students. Thank you.
Writing is on your face. We can run and get them, but we can give it to them outside. Do you think we have 100 pins?
Okay, well, I know this is an interesting meeting, and then again, I really appreciate my council colleagues and our interim city manager and the rest of the staff for being flexible. Thank you all for being flexible. This is really how we do things. We sometimes have to pivot, and that is really what COVID-19 has taught us, right? To be flexible, and we learned about these great students and your accomplishment certainly before the holidays. And let me tell you that we are extremely proud of the hard work that our Downey High School football team and water polo team, our boys water polo team, they accomplished and took Downey to the CIF winning titles. Can we please give them a round of applause? It takes such hard work and dedication, and especially this particular class, because all of you have gone through the COVID years and coming back to school and continuing your hard work and your dedication. And parents, students don't accomplish as much as they can without your support and without the family behind them. So thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for continuing to encourage these athletes to do their best and to have grit. To have grit. This day and age, younger generations don't always have grit. And it's important. It's a really important life skill to continue to be determined and dedicated. And in the face of obstacles and extreme challenges, to continue to move forward. So I just want to say congratulations and welcome to tonight. I hear that Principal Tom Houts is walking over, and he will join us in just a minute. And speaking of the men of the hour, your fearless leader. Can you jump?
Going on at once.
How are you?
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Good evening. I would like to come up, if you don't mind, Principal Houts, if we bring up our football coach, as well as the water polo coach.
Coach Williams, Coach Uriel Villa, could you guys come forward, please?
And if you can, I'll give you the podium, but I really, again, I want to congratulate the students and the coaches for the incredible work and for making our city proud. I know that it takes so much to bring the students to winning a CIF title, but I'm going to let your fearless leader, Mr. Houts, go ahead and speak a little bit about the season.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me tonight. I apologize. We have a meeting going on at Downey High School, so I've been running back and forth. Need the exercise, so I guess that's good. To win a CIF title, to go over quickly what CIF is, California Interscholastic Federation. So typically you have a league that you play in, and then the top teams in that league, if you're successful, you go on to a CIF competition, which is kind of like March Madness for basketball. You get a bracket, you're teamed up against teams that are comparable to you. So to win league is nice. To win CIF is always a big deal for us. And it does not happen very often, although we have been extremely fortunate at Downey over the past few years. In school history, the most CIF titles we've ever won in 1 year is 2. And as of last week, not to brag, but we actually won CIF in cheer, so we've won 3 titles this year, which is a first. But to talk specifically tonight, I'll start with Coach Villa and the boys water polo team. It's been 50 years since we won CIF boys water polo, 1973. Yeah, it's been a while. And it was really cool because one gentleman showed up at the water polo final with his Letterman jacket on from 1973. And it was really cool for him to be there. And I think the kids talked to him and whatnot. But we had a dominant performance in CIF this year with Coach Villa. And one of the things that I'm really proud of the coaches at Downey High School is I really want them to be employees because not to bag on walk-ons, but the employees are there every day. And if little so-and-so, little Tommy House is getting in trouble, I can go to the coach and the coach will deal with it in ways that I can't. So that seems to really get the team and the Vike vibe going. So Coach Villa has been with us for 7 years, and he is a instructional assistant. So he works with our special ed children during the day, and then he's the head coach. He's also our girls water polo coach, who is also, they're very highly ranked right now. Their season is right now. So without further ado, I'd start with Coach Villa. Do you want to say a few words? Sure. Your coaches.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council. Thank you for having us here today. It's very humbling to be here in front of all of you, and we just appreciate the recognition. Like Mr. Houts said, CIF is a very rigorous competition. Our boys train all summer. Some train year-round with their clubs. In the summertime, when the city uses our pool, we have 6 a.m. practices to stay in shape for our fall season, and we continue that morning practice during the fall. In the CIF playoffs, we were ranked number 8. We went in ranked number 8, played Arcadia the first round. In the quarterfinal, second round, we matched up against the number 1 seed, private school Crean Lutheran out of Orange, California, took them down. In the semi, met up against Sure High School. And Sure High School was an unofficial rival. One of their best players was a Downey player his freshman year. I used to coach at Sure High School. A lot of our boys play off-season water polo with and against those guys. So that was a really special game with, I think, our largest ever crowd at Downey High. I think there's probably like 300 people there on our pool deck. That was amazing. And in the final, we beat Ukaipa. And yeah, it was just a special season. We couldn't have done it without the support of our admin. Mr. Houts supports us in a lot of ways that don't get noticed, a lot of behind the scenes stuff, approving different ideas that we have, helping us get funding for whatever equipment we don't have in that moment that we need for the future. And just other admin on campus that are at our game supporting the kids. So without them, without our coaches, Alyssa Maya, Coach Jimenez, Coach Birch, we wouldn't have gotten to where we were. And of course, the parent support. We really appreciate all the support. Thank you.
And then in the wide world of football, we have Coach Jack Williams, who is a product of Downey High School, 1990.
Something like that.
Yes. Yeah. The claim to fame was I was vice principal back then, and I suspended him more than once, but we won't get into that. Jack has taken on the football program to an entirely different level. He has taken our football team in the last 13 years to the CIF Final 4 times and won it twice, 2012 and this past year. So batting 500 is pretty good. Yeah. I couldn't be happier. Again, the baseball goes in the morning before school. A lot of it is field space, but a lot of it too is in August. You know, when it's really hot, it's better to come in the morning. Although I think some of the students probably don't like getting there at 6 a.m. But I couldn't be happier with the state of the sports program, and it's a testament to our coaches. So I love our coaches, I love our staff, I love the city, I love our students, I love everything about it. But I'll let Coach Williams brag a little bit.
Thank you guys for having us. I did this last week, but a journey through Downey football this year. We come into the season, Cal Preps is the CIF, and how they rank you and all that stuff had us going 4-6 and placing 4th in our division, which means we weren't going to make the playoffs. I really owe it all to not only the coaches, but the 32 seniors that we have. And out of those 32 seniors, we had 22, I believe, 4-year football players that played for me for all 4 years. Their dedication, them not buying in, we had a lot of obstacles throughout the year. It's not hard. It's hard, you know, losing to your rival school and coming to school the next week and getting, see, you guys suck, you guys suck. But they didn't buy into it. They continue to grow. Those captains got those guys together and basically said, hey, if we win a ring, no one's going to remember who we lost to game 1, game 5, whatever it is. We also practice early in the morning. Since I've been there, we practice early in the morning, and it's really not for field space. It's really, my philosophy is I'm building men. And as they get outside of football, they're going to have to wake up early. And so we started super early. And so thanks for all the coaches. Thanks to Mr. Houts. I'm a little bug on his shoulder. I'm always needing something. Tom, I need this. And he's always been super supportive, give me whatever I need. So thanks for having us. I'm super proud of all the kids. I'm a Downey guy. I went to Carpenter, and then I went to South, then I graduated from Downey. Out of the 22 coaches, 16 of the coaches are Downey people, either Warren or Downey High School. I have 3 coaches that coach for me or played for me that are currently coaching for me. And so I'm just proud in the city of Downey, I'm proud to be a Downey Viking. And so thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we, thank you. It really is, it's so great to have you here. Can I have all the students, aside from the ones that are already standing, but can I have the rest of the students please stand so we can recognize you and give you a huge round of applause once again. Thank you. Thank you thank you, students, and thank you, coaches, for your dedication. And again, winning the CIF is a huge deal, but also as you continue in your life, remember what you've been taught and the 6 pillars of character that we have in this city, but also the good sportsmanship and being the men of character that this city has helped you build. I have 102 certificates. I will read each name. I'm kidding. I have certificates for water polo and for football, what we will do, and I also have city pins. I want to also thank my council colleagues. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo and Councilmember Sosa and Councilmember Alvarez, we all agreed that this was the right thing to do, to bring you here and to recognize you for your efforts. So thank you. We have city pins. What we will do is go outside to take a huge group photo. I know your fearless leader needs to go back to the meeting. So let's go and walk outside. I will have the certificates for Coach Jackson and Coach Villa, as well as your pins.
Thank you.
3-minute recess while we take a photo with the water polo team and then the football team.
That's who hired me.
Okay, everybody, we're going to, if everybody can take your seats, we're going to go ahead and continue with our interview questions, with our interview process, rather. And I would like to remind everyone that taking photos from the front of the podium, it is not allowed based on our Downey Municipal Code. And I will get pretty, will be pretty firm on that, including members of the media. So please refrain from coming to the front and taking photos. We will not, we can no longer continue with that process. Otherwise, we will not be consistent, and we want to be consistent. If you need to take a call, I encourage you to please take your calls outside of the council chambers. We want to, again, ensure that we have silence as we are conducting the interviews, and also as we move on with the rest of our meeting, that we can conduct our business meeting in the most professional manner. Those individuals that choose to disrupt our meeting, as I said, they will be given one warning, and after the one warning, they will be removed from the rest of the meeting. So thank you. We will now continue our interviews, and Mr. Horacio Ortiz, thank you, and thank you for your flexibility. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate you being here. You will start with a 3-minute opening statement.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Horacio Ortiz Jr., and I'm here to announce my interest to fill a vacancy in this council. It will be my honor to be appointed and serve the residents of District 1. They will be my focus. But as our mayor points out, although you may be elected or appointed to a specific district, here in Downey, our council members go out of the way to represent all of Downey. Because we are one Downey, or at least that's the way it should be. There should be no us versus them, no red versus blue, homeowners versus renters, south versus north. We should be not divided. As a business owner, I value the power of stability in the workforce. The need for stability in our city is urgent. I understand the current issues that impact Downey's communities. Someone who has lived and was raised in Downey for the last 29 years. My oldest memories began here in Downey. I love our city. I'm 31. I'm a son. I'm a brother, a friend, a business owner, a neighbor, a renter, and a public servant. I'm a proud son of an Ortiz. My father is one of 11 brothers, most of them Downey residents and business owners. Like them, I hope to marry and raise my children here. You may be familiar with me mainly through my continued work as vice chair, now chair for the Planning Commission for the last 2 years. I'm the only planning commissioner who voted no on Ojos Locos. I voted based on what I thought was right for our community's core family values, and that it's going to be my principles that will guide me through this appointment. My desire to be a council member started with my political science education at UC San Diego. I've been working hard to get to know you and you to get to know me. I've been listening, watching, doing, learning, and waiting for the time. The time is now, and I humbly ask for your support. I'm a man of faith and believe this is my calling. I'm being called to volunteer and serve the residents of Downey as a council member. I'm qualified and have the integrity to do what is right for the city and have the experience to be an effective council member for all. I hope you'll give me this opportunity to work alongside you for the benefit of all our city. That will be my true honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. This next question, I think you've answered partially, but I'll give you an opportunity to expand. Why are you interested in this appointment right now?
Well, just recently, I have a friend of mine who moved out of Downey. Businesses are fleeing. I spoke to a business owner that told me they're not going to build anymore here in Downey. Right now, we're facing a recall, first in our city. There's a time when moments like this call for new leadership, and this is my calling. I know I'm ready, and I'm interested in helping my community as any way I can.
Thank you for that. My next question is, what qualities do you have that will help bring stability and help promote compromise to this council at this moment?
Well, my family has been a huge moral support through my life. They taught me a lot. My uncles and my grandparents taught me that in order for you to live your life, you need to have two things: compassion and passion for what you do. I'm very passionate for my community and for their needs. I want to see Downey move forward to a new future, but I also have compassion for the needs of my community. I can hear what they need and what the qualities of a good council member. So those are the qualities that I think I can bring to this council to make sure we have good stability.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Thank you. Horacio, if approved, what will be your top 3 goals to work on during your time on the council? It is only an 8-month appointment.
Well, I'm not going to shy away to say that I'm interested in running. But my top 3 goals to focus in being in council are the following. Number 1, making sure we tackle homelessness. I've been getting to know our supervisor, Janice Hans, and our supervisors just announced an emergency on homelessness. So I want to make sure that we get educated and better improve our resources to tackle this issue. Another thing is public safety. I think that should be a main priority for all our council members here. Unfortunately, the last 3 days, there has been a mass shooting, and we need to make sure that we keep funds and resources available to make sure our community is safe for our future and the future of our community. And third, which I think is the most important as a business owner myself, I need to make sure that we are a more business-friendly community. Unfortunately, Downey is not. I stand before you to tell you that Downey is not a business-friendly community. I spoke to a developer who is building a project here when I was in DC this January. And she told me that it's been a project for the last 5 years, $70,000 on property tax, and no development has been done for her. So I'm gonna make sure that I cut all the red tape and make sure that businesses do flourish and not move to other cities.
What do you believe are the top issues facing Downey today?
I'm going to make sure I separate this into 2 questions. I think it's pretty obvious that there's no stability in our council. Unfortunately, we don't have a city manager yet, and major department heads have left our city. No city attorney, we still have no Department of Finance, and et cetera. So the need of stability is important. I want to make sure I can bring that stability in our council, but I want to focus more on District 1. I think a lot of businesses in District 1 are leaving, and District 1 is a major industrial and business area, and make sure we can bring development and projects in that area. We're not allowing ourselves to focus on that area, which has denied progress in District 1. So I want to make sure I bring more businesses in that area.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sosa.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for joining us today. What service organizations are you part of here in Downey, and how long have you been serving on them?
Well, for service, I've been helping. My family has taught me the importance of helping our community out. It all started when I was in 4th grade, I started helping my church out as an altar server, then led to my high school at Bosco, where I became a alumni director for a youth program. And from there, I got involved in my community. I got appointed by Mario Trujillo to be a planning commissioner, became vice chair, now chair. I joined Kiwanis. I joined recently Good, but also I joined to help the Rose Float Association. I actually donated all the fruits and vegetables that were part of that float. So those organizations I've been part of since being in Planning Commission.
Thank you. And my second question for you is, how long have you lived in District 1, and what do you feel are the top priorities for your district?
I think I briefly touched upon the main issues facing my district, mostly homelessness, because homelessness is one of the biggest issues we're facing in District 1. It's the highest concentration on homelessness and highest encampments in that area. Also, high crime. Just recently, I was unable to get to my apartment complex. They had to close off that area because whatever reason they weren't allowing us to go in that area. I lived in Downey for over 29 years. We first lived in District 4, then moved to District 3, and then now I live in District 1. I'm now living with my roommate. I think he's here. Oh, there we go. I moved to District 1 over a year and a couple months, and I actually put my first offer, my first home in District 1. So hopefully tonight I get good news to be appointed with you, and hopefully I get my first home.
Thank you, and good luck on the home.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Ortiz.
Good evening.
One of the persistent issues the community brings up is the cost of housing, especially rents. Over half of Downey residents are renters. What are your broad views on addressing this issue faced by Downey families?
Well, I'll stand before you telling you I'm a proud renter. I know the issues that renters are facing. I was a renter at UC San Diego, and now I'm a renter now. I think 52% of our community are renters, so it's a very important topic. I think it's important that we maximize production so we can have more affordable housing. As a planning commissioner, I approved a project with my other commissioners for Rancho Los Amigos that can bring about 600 to 800 more homes. And myself, Ar Montoya, and Miguel Duarte were advocates to bring affordable housing. So I think if we can bring more development and as well as bringing affordable housing, we'll address that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I think you already responded the others.
Of course I'm running.
Are you planning to run in November?
Yes.
Okay, that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Okay, well, this brings us to the conclusion of your interview. Mr. Ortiz, would you provide us with your closing statement? You have 2 minutes.
I honestly just want to keep it short. I just want to thank you all. I know it's not easy to be up there. It's not easy to be this side either. But besides, I'm not shying away that it was nerve-wracking to be here. But whoever comes up here is really doing it for the betterment of their community. I'm doing it because I love my community. Downey has been ingrained in our family's history for many years. My family's here. I love you. But because of what Downey has done for me and my family, that's the reason what I'm doing here. And I'm not afraid, and I'm willing to work alongside you as an independent voice. So thank you, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. We appreciate you taking the time to come out and certainly apply for this appointment.
Thank you.
Good
Hi.
evening, Ms. Meraz.
Good evening.
Well, welcome. You have 3 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. I prepared something. I didn't want to come and be ill prepared or address the council without having some notes here. So, hello, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Elvira Meraz. I am a woman of faith, a wife, and a mother to 4 beautiful children. I am a small business owner here in the city of Downey, and I am a concerned resident. I decided to apply for the open position because I want to help bring change and a sense of stability to the city. I have no desire to seek higher office elsewhere. I simply want to serve my community by representing my district. I am proud to say that for the last 15 years, I have been focused on raising my children. I have started my own business alongside my husband, and now that my children are older and my business is self-sufficient, I have more time to get involved. I am a part of Ward Elementary's School Site Council. I am the auditor for Ward Elementary PTA. I am a member of Kiwanis. I am an ambassador for the Chamber of Commerce. I am the Neighborhood Watch Block Captain. I have lived in District 1 for over a decade, and I have seen the changes that have taken place, both good and bad, in District 1. Although District 1 has many attributes to be proud of, we need more of them. Recently, I had a conversation with Ms. Blanca Pacheco, and I voiced my concern for the area that I live in. She told me that all of the outskirts of Downey feel the same way. If that's true, then I want to be a part of changing that truth. I strongly feel that the outskirts of Downey are still Downey. Downey is Downey. We are a great city with many qualities, and I have chosen to raise my family here. And I want to help the city move forward so that it can continue to be a city where both residents want to live long-term and where businesses want to open and thrive. I love the city of Downey. My husband and I have worked hard to afford a home in this beautiful city. And we accomplished that goal 8 years ago. District 1 has some of the most affordable homes in this city. And I can relate to most people that want to raise their family in a safe and welcoming environment. My life is Downey. I live in Downey, I work in Downey, my children go to school in Downey. I want what's best for this city, which is why I want to be the representative for District 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meraz. You've answered partially my question, and that is, why are you interested in this appointment at this particular time?
Okay, well, I'm interested in this appointment because I want to represent my district. I think I could represent it well without any hidden agendas, and I can relate with my constituents in District 1.
Thank you. The second question is, and it's a two-part question. What qualities do you have that will help bring stability and help promote compromise to this council?
Well, I believe that compromise is one of my strong suits. As a mortgage loan originator, most of my day goes into just that, compromise. I have to figure out compromise between my borrowers and my underwriters. And on a personal level, I would say that having a blended family with 3 outside parents involves great compromise. So I can definitely bring that to the table. I can be that missing link for the city.
Thank you. Just earlier today, there was a newspaper article in our local newspaper regarding a restraining order.
Yes.
Would you like to elaborate on that, again, as it relates to promoting compromise and bringing stability to this council? Would you like to address that story?
Yes, isn't the timing perfect of that article? Very convenient, if you ask me. Well, I first want to clarify that the restraining order was filed by me against my husband's ex-wife. The Downey Patriot got that part wrong, and it's unfortunate. But just to be clear, I filed the restraining order against my husband's ex-wife. I will tell you that we have a loving, blended family. Our oldest is at Cal State LA. Our 16-year-old is about to be 17, in 2 more weeks and is excited to fill out her college applications this fall. Our 15-year-old is a scholar athlete with a 4.3 GPA. Our 8-year-old was just recognized yesterday for success in reading. And as I stand here before you and I tell you my children's personal accomplishments, I am proud to say that yes, we have our challenges as a blended family, but we've stayed together through it all, and this only makes us stronger.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
So it's an 8-month appointment. If you are appointed, what will be your top 3 goals to work on during your time on council?
Well, my top 3 goals would be creating an open line of communication with the residents and the business owners of District 1 to address some of the issues that they are experiencing. I want to improve the look of our highest trafficked areas to help deter crime away from our area and our city. And most importantly for me as a mother, a goal is to come up with sensible solutions so that people can feel safe being outdoors at all hours, both our children and just, if you want to go for a walk in the evening.
Okay, and what do you believe are the top issues facing Downey today?
I think the top issues facing Downey today is turmoil in our city council. And I think that I would be able to help with that. I get along well with others. I can promote stability, and I believe in order. And I can be that missing link, like I mentioned to you before.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Sosa.
Thank you, Ms. Morales, for being here. What service organizations are you part of, and for how long have you been serving on them?
Like I mentioned, I am part of the Ward Elementary School Site Council. I've been a part of it this entire year. I'm part of the Ward Elementary PTA. I've been a part of that for several years and now actively the auditor for the PTA. And I am part of Kiwanis. I just actually got accepted, and there's an application process. I'm looking forward to my inauguration tomorrow or something to that effect. I'm very excited about that. And I am a member or an ambassador for the Chamber of Commerce for our business that's located here in the city of Downey. And I am the Neighborhood Watch block captain.
Thank you for that. You've already answered that you've been living in District 1 for over 10 years. What do you feel are the top priorities for your district?
Well, District 1 is a very unique district. And if you haven't lived there for a long time, then it's hard for you to understand it. We're very different from anywhere else here in the city. We have a lot of good things, like I mentioned, attributes to be proud of. The Downey Promenade is in District 1. The Downey Landing is in District 1, among other businesses. But we do have some areas that need improvement. I would say just a little more attention to detail. I think that GOOD, the organization that you have headed before, is a great organization and has made a difference in our community, but we can get more involved. We definitely, crime has gone up a lot in the last few years. Like I said, we purchased our home there near Golden Park 8 years ago. And when I first moved in, I would say it was a lot quieter than it is now. So again, District 1 is very unique. And I think I can represent it well because I understand some of the needs that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Alvarez.
Good evening, Mrs. Meras.
Good evening.
The first question, one of the persistent issues the community brings up is the cost of housing, especially rents. Over half of Downey residents are renters. What are your broad views on addressing this issue faced by Downey families?
That's a great question. Well, so long as we continue to move this city forward, the cost to live here, I believe, will be a small price to pay in comparison to its reward. This is a great city. I definitely feel bad for the people that are struggling to pay their rent because I've been there before. I used to be a renter before purchasing our home 8 years ago, for many years here in the city of Downey. So I understand their struggle for sure. The high cost of living, unfortunately, is an issue across the whole state of California, and that's why now California has rent control laws in place. And if I were to be chosen for this council today, then I would definitely follow those laws and abide by them. And this is a sensitive issue, to be honest with you, one that I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver on.
Second question, are you planning to run in November?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Concludes my questions.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of this interview section. You have 2 minutes, Ms. Meraz, to have a closing statement.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to come before you. I hope to have answered all of your questions. Ever since I became interested in serving my community, it is truly a passion of mine. I look forward to continuing serving my community through this appointment or in the future. I'm eager to help and to be a voice to my constituents. It is important for me to earn the trust of the people of District 1 so that they feel comfortable voting for me in November. I want everyone to know that I'm here to make a difference and to help bridge the gap between voters and the elected officials. I will provide a fresh take on politics with no hidden agendas, just a desire to make a positive difference in District 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meraz. You may go back to the conference room. Okay, never mind. We are actually calling everybody else back because we are going to take public comment regarding this public hearing item in just a moment. Take a seat. Yes, go ahead and take a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have everybody back? Looks like we have. Thank you, candidates. I will now take public comment regarding this public hearing item. But before we begin the public comment period, I would like to remind members of the public that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of this business meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning, and then they will be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the municipal code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. Also, language that is offensive to our audience members, including children present, will also constitute a warning given. City Clerk Duarte, would you please, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this public hearing item?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, if no written public has been received, I will make a motion to receive, actually, there's no public comment, written public comment. So members of the public wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing must remain seated until your number is called. Those who did not request a number card before the meeting and wish to speak may proceed to the back of the room and city staff will issue you a number. Speaker 1, please come forward.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Council members. I'm here to speak on behalf in favor of Mr. Horacio Ortiz for the vacancy and seat for District 1. I wanted to address not only the change that he can make for this community, but also the change that he has made to members of this community throughout the years. Not only his work on being a planning commissioner for the last 2 years, now being chair. Personally, I think he has changed the mentality of a lot of us. And I say a lot of us because I was one of those people that believed that Downey wasn't a great city to live in. It wasn't a great city to raise your kids. It wasn't a great city to study, to succeed, to open up a business. But he has definitely made sure that we change that mindset, not only with words, but with actions. So my best phrase here is that we need to make sure that we listen to the community. I want to ask you, council members, Hector Sosa, Catherine Alvarez, Claudia, and Mario, to really not do what's best tonight, but to do what's right for the community. Us, the voters, we're the people that elected you to be in that seat to speak for us and the community. Matter of fact, I'm from District 3, and we are the people that ask for your guys's decision to be the best and the right decision for everybody. So I want to thank you all for your time tonight. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for listening to everybody, for doing the interviews. And most importantly, we as Downey, as a community member, as a neighbor, we deserve what's best for this community. Thank you so much, and I hope you guys make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 may come forward. Oh.
Mayor, we're going with the purple cards first.
Yes, purple cards are first. The purple cards are for the public hearing. I guess I should have. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I have been a Downey resident for a very long time. I went to Maud Price, Griffiths, Downey High School. I actually just saw my principal, who I haven't seen since the day I graduated high school, and he remembered me. I was like, oh. So, sorry. So I have been here for quite some time, and I have seen the transitions that Downey has taken. I believe Mr. Horacio Ortiz is more than deserving of his position as District 1 councilman. He is truly Downey's #1 cheerleader, to say the least. He is always so proud to say he is from Downey. Any chance he gets, he says, yes, I am from Downey, no matter what. I'm the person that always is in his articles, and he's always quoting me because I'm always saying, I want to get out of Downey. I've been here my whole life. It's just not what it used to be. And he always says, you are one of the reasons why I'm running. Like, even if you do leave, I want you to come back because you love the city. He definitely isn't afraid to use his voice. We all know the whole Ojos Locos scandal that happened, and he was there not in favor of it, I'm sorry. So he is always involved in all of his city events, and he's just a great person overall. He is definitely one that you want to have by your side. One thing about Mr. Ortiz is that he will always show up for you no matter what. So if he can show up for a person, just imagine what he can do for the city. So who better to appoint than him? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 3 with the purple cards.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
It is my honor to be here tonight, and it is my pleasure to speak on behalf of Horacio Ortiz. I have known Horacio probably since he was 14. I have worked at Bosco Tech in Rosemead for about 37 years, and I was there for his entire high school career. The day he graduated, I do remember him telling me he wanted to come back and give back to the school. He mentioned a little bit about what he did at Bosco, and I want to focus on the Kairos retreat that he helped us with, not only as a student leader, but as we call it, an alumni leader. So someone who has gone out into the world and is now coming back and imparting some of that wisdom and knowledge gained to his, we call them brothers at Bosco. To put a Kairos retreat together, it takes about 100 hours. We do it twice a year. Horacio has been volunteering his time doing that once a year for the last about 11 years. He just finished our first Kairos post-COVID, which was crucial for us to keep that program going. It is one of our premier experiences for our seniors that helps them launch into the real world. Part of his talk that he gives on the last day, he does something that I'm not sure any other alumni director does. In fact, when I saw it the first time, I thought he was crazy. But what he is passionate. And what he is compassionate. He told all our students to take out their little notebooks that we give them and turn to this page where his information was for his talk. And then he proceeded to give everybody his cell phone number. And this is a group of about 35 young people. And he said, if you ever need me, just call me and I'll do what I can to help you. And he's done that 11 times over 11 years, and that's for about 330 young people. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, that's hard. I am a resident of San Gabriel and Whittier before that, and to know what you are doing tonight and to know that you have a chance to appoint Horacio, I think would be of great benefit to your city. It sounds like a wonderful place. I may move here tomorrow. It's a beautiful place to live. And I don't think you can do wrong. So God bless you with your decision. I'm the youth minister at Bosco Tech and one of the administrators there. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and speaking. Speaker number 4 with the purple card.
Lee Squire, Vietnam era veteran, civil rights advocate. I lived in this city during the civil rights movement. I served in the city during the Vietnam War. I'm a graduate of Edith Unsworth, East Junior High School, and Downey High School, Cerritos College, and Cal State LA. I have 2 questions, 2 observations, and definitions I want them to think about to all 4 candidates. The definition of the word transparency, since apparently there's been a lack of it by 2 of our council members, and the word fiduciary duty to the voters. Also, I have questions. Is there anything in your past that you wish and should volunteer to we the people that would make a difference had you been running for election? Is the American flag racist? Are parents domestic terrorists for exercising the freedom of speech rights that we the veterans shed our blood for? And finally, do you have any business interests that if they came before the city council on an agenda, you have a duty not only to disclose your conflict, but what it is? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Squire. Speaker number 5.
All right, good evening. Obviously, Mr. Horacio Ortiz has his voters here tonight. Of the speakers, I mean, it takes a lot to come up here and answer questions and face everybody. But I will say, sitting over there, that not one made the case that them being on the city council was necessary or essential for them to be on the council to do your essential work. Not one. We have a quorum already. We have 4 people up here. You only need 3 for a quorum. Nobody made the case that their presence would be necessary to not get essential city business done. City business like streetlights, paving our roads, Measure S takes care of that, sidewalks, sewer systems, keeping our police and fire our own. Nobody mentioned anything like that. Nobody mentioned that the voters are the ones that need to be making these decisions, not council people. And that's why you should not be appointing anybody to this vacant seat. The voters should be making that decision in November. You have enough people to get the job done, to do the essential work. You haven't made the case, unless you're telling us that you are so dysfunctional that you can't get it done. Nobody has made that case. I haven't heard it. As far as the voters having an input, I did not hear one person mention public hearings for issues that are facing this city. I mean, if we're going to spend $800,000 on a boondoggle like the Downey Theater, we should have public hearings on that. But we don't. The only people that are interrupting this meeting is whoever is getting the audiovisual crew the orders to block out the video feed. We're having our First Amendment rights violated. But nobody up there is mentioning it. None of the candidates mentioned it. But they may not even know. Now, I can't blame Mr. Sosa. He's new up here, but this is going on. We're not being heard. And now you're going to appoint somebody you want to appoint, somebody to carry on your agenda, not the residents' agenda. The residents should be voting for this seat in November. You work for us, not the other way around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 7 with a purple card. Oh, no, 6. My apologies. Speaker number 6.
So I do want to say tonight that I do have some concerns. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a delegate for the 64th District here for the Democratic Party. And I've been a resident and a constituent of the 4th District for quite a while and a common attendee in these meetings. One of the concerns was one made by Mr. Horacio Ortiz, which is the claim that he will make it more business friendly. Some of the claims are that he himself is a business owner and that his family owns businesses here. I do share a concern when a business person comes in here and says that they're going to make their lives for their relatives or for their constituents easier, which would present a conflict of interest. So that's something I'm concerned about. I would like to ask if Mr. Trujillo is actually a landlord towards one of their family members, because one of the claims is that there, certain members of the family of Mr. Ortiz are tenants of yours, Mr. Trujillo. If that is the case, which I'm not saying it is, but if that is the case, can you clarify? And would it be a conflict of interest for you to be voting to empower someone that may be your renter? I want to address a bit of unfairness, and that unfairness is to the candidate, Ms. Meras, who, unlike every other person who came up here, was given different questions, which I think is a violation of the procedure, and was asked to address a race hot topic that was alleged in the local newspaper, which was unfair. And to her, I would like to say that you should take that as an unfair practice and an attack against you that was calculated. Finally, I want to say to all the candidates, you have an individual, Mr. Trujillo, who has violated federal
Please
procedure.
direct your comments to me.
You have a elected official up there who has violated federal procedure and had to be removed from being special advisor to the DA, which is Mario Trujillo. Do you know of his criminal record and his criminal
That is
actions?
not in our public hearing.
You need to be quiet while I'm speaking, ma'am. And you have a elected mayor right now who is being litigated for assaulting members.
Can you please cut the audio?
you
That is
aware
not on the public
that there
hearing.
are criminals on the city council? And if you are not, how would that make you a good elected official? Should you be appointed up there? Please be aware that these are criminals.
Thank you. Members of the audience, the public comment is for the public hearing. If any speaker deviates from the public hearing, the sound will be cut off and you will no longer be able to address the council. We're very clear with the public comment. You will have another opportunity to address the council when we have public comment at a later time. Thank you. Speaker number 7.
Madam Mayor, council, and staff, thank you for allowing us to speak. I am here to speak on behalf of Horacio Ortiz, and obviously from what you see, you've seen this people that have spoken on his behalf. I think that speaks volumes. Some of the others, well, they have their opinions. Knowing Horacio for the time that I have, he's been a person who's always been there. He's had at least my back. Being a business owner, I know one of the businesses that he's had or runs, there's been other businesses there before, and they didn't do too well. He has brought in a business that has flourished and done very, very well, even during the pandemic. They've moved and done things in certain ways that has been very well for the business and for the community. So I think that is something that you guys, the council, would be very much, it would help you very much. He's been able to bring a business, and as he had mentioned, he wants to work with the businesses. I think in doing what he has done, he would be able to help a lot of the businesses come in and help them work in the way that he's done. So I don't think there's that big of a conflict of interest. I think not only is he helping him, his business, but he would help the other businesses in the community. I do work in Downey. I'm a real estate agent. Our office is here. And having a person who is willing to work with the businesses would be very profitable for the community. I also know him as a person. And again, some of the people who spoke before me, I think it speaks volumes. And I think it would be very, very beneficial to the council to have somebody like him on board. I'm sorry, you guys have a very difficult decision to make, but I know somebody brought up a point about, do you really need him? Well, if 2 of you vote one way and 2 of you vote the other, you're gonna need somebody to break that. And I think having a person like him would be a very good person to have. Thank you again very much for your time, and best of luck on your how you decide.
Thank you. Speaker number 8 may come forward.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, council, staff, thank you very much for the time that you're giving us. I'm Manuel Franco, a trustee with Bosco Tech, and I've seen and heard a lot about Horacio, seen what he's done for our students, our alumni. He is alumni. I'm also alumni, and very proud of that he has been outstanding in all the work he's done. I also know his family, his father, seen how the business that they put in the city has done a tremendous job. I am part of the Montebello Rotary Club and also a past president and currently the assistant governor. So I've seen his impact in the community of Montebello, in the communities, and based on what I've heard with those, supporting him, he's had an impact that really is going to resonate in your city and in a very positive manner. So again, I'm here to support Horacio, what he can do, and what you can expect of him. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 9 with a purple card may come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Fermetta, council people, city officials, and citizens of Downey. My name is Dania Janzak, lifelong resident of Downey, concerned citizen, and resident of District 1. I am here to urge you to select Hector Lujan as the council representative for District 1. I have known Hector for many years. Our children went to St. Raymond's and Bosco together. He has always been very involved and humble man, and I feel he would be best for our district. He is a humble man with civic duty in his heart. I hope you make, When District 2 appointment came up, Donald LaPlante was appointed and he served District 2 with lots of pride. I feel like Hector Lujan would be the Donald LaPlante of District 1. I hope tonight you make the right decision and select Hector Lujan to represent the citizens of District 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 10, purple card, may come forward.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council people, Dorothy Pemberton, lifelong resident. First, let me say I want to thank all the residents for coming up and putting their hat, throwing it in the ring, because they truly do care about Downey. When we were selecting someone for the position to fill after Sean Ashton vacated for District 2, one of the questions was that, will you be running again in November? Many of the people that I speak with feel that sometimes it's an unfair advantage to have an incumbent that is now in the office, in that seat, filling that position, and then running in November. With Donald LaPlante, it was clear that he wasn't going to run again, and he did a very good job for the time that he was there on his limited hours. And so in listening to some of the candidates, I feel that 2 say they might, and there's 2 that definitely would. So there's the first differential that I see with the group. They all have certain aspects and experience, but again, we have 2 really long-time residents versus 2 newer residents. I have a candidate that's only been months in District 1 when you have someone who's been there 50 years or 20 years. And to me, that's important in understanding District 1. I grew up in District 1, and that was the south part of Downey, as they say. No, Downey is all of Downey. And it is a temporary position, but having to go through all the candidates that you're viewing, these are some of the thoughts that I see. If there was somebody that would have said, no, I'm not running again, I think that would have been the person, or the former mayor. And unfortunately, Dave Gaffin is no longer with us, but he was the person before this particular seat. I also, as a lifelong resident and lifelong community volunteer, I really take heart when people are just getting into an organization or just joining a volunteer group. And that's a great start, but is it enough? And do you want to claim that you've been there for so long when some people have been there 5, 10, 20 years? So I like to see someone that really has done a multitude of things. And again, 2 of the candidates, like Hector Lujan, he's one of the longtime volunteers. I know Tim Horn from being on Public Works, and he is a thinker and tries to look at each side. So those are 2 names that I see as someone that might be more apt to be someone to fill this position if they decide to run. But Ultimately, the best person would be somebody that wouldn't have run, a former mayor, but you have to make now a decision with what you're looking at. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Speaker number 11 may come forward.
Hello. This is always so difficult because you come thinking, sure, I want to speak, and then you think, no, I don't want to speak. But good evening. Cheryl Van Rensselaer, and I have been living in Downey since 1960. I have attended a lot of city council meetings and have seen a lot of different faces in those positions, and have seen all the people who have served the city, from the Y to Seroptimus to the Arc to everything as we've developed. And Downey is a wonderful city to live in. Tonight, as you make the decision, I feel for you. It's never easy, but it seems like it's even more difficult this time. I kind of had a question because I recognize that this is a temporary position. And I'm thinking essential work needs to be done. We cannot be at a standstill in November until November of 2023, much less 2024. But I was wondering, because what it said after we adopt the resolution, you adopt the resolution representing us, that you're going to consider appointing a qualified applicant. Does that mean that you need to make a decision tonight, or is there an option? And my other question is, if you come to a standstill of 2 and 2, what happens? It's interesting because amongst friends and conversation that we've had, I feel that it's not necessarily someone who should fill it temporarily and then not serve. I think if they're doing a great job, sure, they have a little bit of a leg up, but they're going to run just like everyone else is going to run in the campaign. So I don't know that that would be a mutually exclusive elimination. But I do believe that someone who has the experience, the long time experience, should be hopefully getting more of your votes. And I think actually by watching tonight, as I listened to the candidates, I saw preferential treatment or a decision already being made about certain of the candidates. And I hope that when you've decided that, that you consider all the other candidates as if this is fresh and hasn't been something you determined before tonight, and the opportunity to hear them all. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Speaker 12 is coming up.
Oh my goodness, I hope it's not a popularity contest. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the, I was going to say Planning Commission, but no, I used to work for neighboring city not too far from here, but I know a few of the folks that are over here in Public Works for a long, long time. Anyhow, I'm here just very quickly. I'm not going to use your 2 minutes and 40 seconds. It'll be very quick. I'm here just in support for Mr. Lujan. I think Mr. Lujan brings a lot of he brings a lot of experience working in the Planning Commission for, 6 years. He was very involved in a lot of land use, complex decisions. He was very instrumental in revitalizing our commercial corridors. A lot of neat and great things came into our city when he was on the Planning Commission. And so, I feel he would be a great candidate to sit in that seat for those couple months. I don't know if he would run, but in my opinion, I think he would do a very, very good job. So I know it's going to be a tough decision for you all to make tonight, but I think he would be a great candidate. Thank you very much for your time, and I told you, you got a minute.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Speaker number 13 may come forward.
Okay, good evening. So I have comments on this item. First of all, this is getting ridiculous. Why do you keep blocking us? You had the applicants being able to be watched by the public. So why is it that, we're paying this law firm, the Best and Krieger people, to plan all this convoluted ways to suppress our speech? This is just continues to be unacceptable. Also, is really unacceptable. Apparently, so I'm going to have to look more into this, but, the applicant clarified that what the Downey Patriot printed this morning was completely false. So, I think we should all look closely at that because, it's a very key issue. What is the role of the Downey Patriot? Is it a quote real paper? I'm addressing this topic.
I need you to stick with the public hearing.
I'm addressing this topic of the public hearing. There was an applicant. She alleged that a publication in the city printed false statements about her. So I'm concerned about that because, that publication that is alleged to have printed false statements they receive city dollars. So what is the role of the Downey Patriot in this whole thing? First, they had the two her and Ortiz next to each other, but now they're smearing her, and she says it's a smear. So I don't think she would claim that if it's not true. So what is the role of the Downey Patriot in this election process? People are saying that you guys have already met behind closed doors to find the winner. I don't doubt that for the least minute. So also, I want to go to what Mr. Martinez was talking about. So that's very concerning. So apparently, and I did a little bit of independent research on it. So apparently, Mr. Ortiz is tied, with all these restaurant interests. And apparently, one of those restaurants pays rent to Mr. Trujillo. Is that what's going on? That needs to be clarified. And if that's the case, how is that not a conflict of interest for Mr. Trujillo to be sitting up there being part of this process, Ms. Langer? Isn't it that you're supposed to be, out of an abundance of caution, you recuse yourself? In fact, last year in August, the restaurant in question, Ola, had an application at the Planning Commission, and Mr. Ortiz was not there. So maybe that was as a result of the, quote, abundance of caution. But yeah, here we are now, allegedly, and family members came up and didn't dispute what Mr. Martinez said. So is it the case that Mr. Trujillo is going to have kind of like a landlord-tenant relationship on the council? How does that impact whether they're even able to vote on anything pertaining to downtown Downey? Because Mr. Trujillo always has to excuse himself. So all of this is wrong. We need new people in there. So go to other people.
Thank you. Speaker number 14 may come forward.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Well, there is Paula Mejia, and I moved here to the city 28 years ago, almost 29, because of the school district and everything. And luckily or fortunate, I was able to actually have my kids in a private school, St. John Bosco. And being a volunteer over there, we have to give a lot of volunteer hours. Going back to the reason why I came in here, to ask you as a council members and mayor to make the wisest and best decision for our city. And the reason why I brought up that reason that I moved here, when I moved 28 years ago, I didn't question my realtor which district was the best, where was the north, where is the south, where is the best area. I just wanted to live in Downey. And there are two very good candidates that I feel tonight. I've been involved in the city all the time that I've been here. So also mentioning about being a volunteer, having to volunteer a lot of hours for my school, for many organizations. What Mr. Ortiz mentioned, I'm gonna reiterate what he said. I came here to beg you and please make the best decision for the candidate. And I believe we do need to appoint somebody to that seat because the council member is not formed of 4 or 3 if it happens. We need somebody else. We need another decision maker in there. Not 3, not 2. We need 5. And if we need to appoint somebody, please think of the best one. And I really like what I hear. I wasn't really coming for that one person, but I have to also say Mr. Ortiz gave us a best presentation because I've been trying and telling all council members before and present, stop dividing us. Stop saying area 1, area 2. I live in Downey, and I cannot stand when it's south, north, and this, or the richest area, whatever, but he's bringing something very important to the city. Stop the division. Let's unite. And don't take it as a District 1 or just because he moved there. I don't go by where I live. So make the best decision.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Speaker number 15, and this is about, you got the pink card. We are purple card. We are right now in public hearing. You'll have an opportunity to speak later. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alexandra Vargas, and I've been living here in the city of Downey for the past 18 years. I live in District 3. I am a very involved person to my community, my Downey. I constantly communicate via email to Ms. Frameta, to Blanca Pacheco, to Mr. Trujillo, to those council people who make themselves available. And the communication that I constantly give to them is about my city, about my community. At my age of 51, I recently received my bachelor's degree in communications. So therefore, that's why I constantly communicate. And with pride, I say that I also have a double nationality. I am Mexican and I'm American as well. I'm an immigrant who cares for my community, an immigrant who constantly sees the caring of my families and my community. Therefore, I also am part of the treasury of the Chicano Latino Migrante. I'm a legislator to Mexico.
Ms. Vargas, this public comment is for this public hearing. Are you getting to that?
Yes,
okay.
I am.
Thank you.
I needed to introduce myself first for you guys to be aware, since I'm constantly mentioning it and sometimes I am ignored. I'm also constantly in the community communicating about things that are not working. For example, the lights, the alleys, the graffiti, the constantly findings of how the homeless are ruining a lot of the properties of our community. So therefore, it is a very hard decision. I know 2 of your candidates very well. I know Mrs. Meraz, and I can say she is one of the best mothers and wife and friend ladies that I have seen and that I have met. I'm also going to say that Mr. Ortiz is the one out there who has constantly been with me on the Ojos Locos meetings, rallies, trying to protest that they shouldn't come to our community. Therefore, I am asking for every one of you who will make this election to please make it the best election for the city, not who we know, not who went to Bosco, not who's the best friend of the council, not for that. Focus on who will be able to provide the best to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 16, you may come forward.
Hi, good afternoon, or good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I'm sure it's difficult to be up there too. My name is Oscar Cisco. I live in District 1. I've lived there for 25, almost 26, because I turned 26 soon. Lived there my whole life. I love District 1, and unfortunately, it's been neglected for so long, okay? You know, it seems like we're outside of the bubble, which is 3 and 4, unfortunately. And I hope that who you appoint will be someone who represents us adequately, someone who can lead, because that's what we need. We need a leader. We don't need a yes man or yes woman. We need someone who is willing to face the challenges, to make a difference so that District 1 it blossoms and becomes, I don't know, the cradle of a new Downey, a Downey that will be the envy of the region, a Downey that will lead not only within the community, but Downey leads other cities by example. That's what we need. And we need someone with the know-how of the system, of how things work, how to get things done, because that's what we need. And you know what? It doesn't matter how long you've lived in the city. If you're able to lead effectively, if you love this city and you can make the change, I don't care if you moved in yesterday. Now, the city has a charter. And the city, you know, we abide by that. And you have a mandate by the people to lead. Because as much as we would like this to go to an election so that the residents of District 1 could choose, we elected you. Let's not forget that this is a constitutional republic. Let's not forget that. You are mandated to lead, to make the right decision. It's up to you. We are entrusting you. This is in your hands. And now, whoever you appoint, if they don't do a good job, they'll be out by November. And you know what? I'll make sure of that. So, you can appoint someone, and you have my support to appoint someone. You have my support to choose the right person. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 17.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor. My name is Alexandra Hanks, and I'm a business owner for 17 years at our city. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I was raised in Downey, went to Downey High, Warren High, even Columbus. I'm proud of that as well. It's a very good school. And I have 3 children. 2 graduated, one from Downey High, Warren High, and my youngest attends Downey High. I've invested a lot of time, money, and love in our city. This is why I chose to open up my business here. I have 3 different businesses, one for 17 years. The second one I opened a month before COVID, and the third one 3 months ago. So I do know about like giving back and loving our city, our community. I'm also Parks and Recs and an ambassador for our city. So I do get to know a lot of people here. And I'm here on behalf of Horacio Ortiz, and just to let you know what a wonderful person, human being he is. I just had an event, I helped coordinate an event for Girl Scout, Boy Scout in one of our businesses here in Downey just last week. And 2 days before the event, I forgot to invite him. I'm like, Horacio, I think you need to be here. I know you would love to give back warm clothes to the homeless here in Downey and our foster care. And he's like, of course. 2 days before, he's the first one there, last one to leave. That's just the kind of person he is. And I know he's learned that from his family, the Ortiz family. I know some of them just because we're neighbors, business neighbors. So not really just friends, but it's business owners that we develop a friendship, we help each other out, and his family has taught him that from a very young age. I feel like he's just been trained to like give back, love his community. I've seen him do this for many years, way before he even thought about running or being in office here with you guys. That's just the kind of person he is. So when I found out like 2 years ago, oh, he's getting involved in our city, I was so happy and proud because I know he doesn't have a motive. He really just loves his city, just like I do and most of you here. We invest our time, money, and our love here. And that's what he'll do. And I guarantee he'll do a wonderful job. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Speaker, it looks like this will be our last speaker, number 18. Please come forward.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm Alfred Tovar. I'm a proud resident of Downey. I'm the chair of the Public Works Committee. I'm so glad that Mr. Horn brought up the parking issues. But tonight, I mean, I think I've spoken to everybody on this council in person, at least once. So I think you guys kind of know the things that I care about, the things that I worry about in our city. And tonight, I mean, what Mr. Cisco over there said about us entrusting you, I think it's very true. I think that the majority of people in this city are very confident that we elected the right people to make the right decisions on our behalf. And I'm trusting that you guys are going to do that again for us tonight. One thing that I just want to say, I grew up in church. And in church, the one thing that they really taught us, my uncle's a pastor, is service. And service is everything to me. I try to serve in as many things as I can. That's why I'm happy to be a commissioner for this city. I serve as the president of an organization called NAREP. I founded a nonprofit, right? I volunteer at Food Help. And I'm very active in this city now. I'm a newer resident, but I'm a resident that's very proud to be here. It's my lifetime goal to be here. I feel I accomplished it young. I'm 26, but I bought my home here. My wife and I are going to raise our daughter here, and we're extremely proud to be Downey residents because it took a lot for us to get here. So I know that one thing that matters is leadership in the city. That's the reason this city is so great, because we've had great leaders. And part of the reason that the city is great and the leadership is great is because of the action they take. We had 4 people speak very beautifully tonight, right? But there's only one that I've seen personally acting beautifully for the city. There's only one person that I see at every city event that I go to. There's only one person that shows up to help on their free time, even when there isn't a camera to take pictures to post. There's only one person that I see genuinely cares and that genuinely wants it. And there's only one person that has been preparing for over 10 years to be sitting up there on the dais with you, and it's Horacio Ortiz. So I know you guys are going to make the decision that you guys feel is correct. I just wanted to express my opinion as a citizen that cares just as much as you guys do about the success and upholding the integrity of our city. And I just really hope that you guys make the right decision tonight and appoint Horacio Ortiz to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now make a motion to close public comment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Great. Can we please take roll? Oh, actually, so ordered by the mayor. I will now entertain a motion in a second to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion. Second.
Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Unless there are any comments from my council colleagues, I will make a motion to adopt the resolution. Can I get a second? Second. Thank you. Please vote. MPT?
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. I will now open it up for my council colleagues. If you have any thoughts, comments, or want to move forward with a motion to appoint.
I'd just like to say that I'd like to commend all four applicants today. Thank you for putting your name in the hat. I know it's not easy, and your willingness to serve. I mean, I can tell you firsthand, myself, fresh off the campaign trail, all of you brought some good points and some good qualities. And I know it's not easy for you to be up there and face the dais and also have all these people behind you. But we have to choose one, and it's not an easy choice. I will say that, again, coming off the campaign trail myself, I am a firm believer that you do have to earn this seat. And you earn this seat by knocking on doors, talking to voters, and sharing your story. On the flip side, it would be nice to have someone up here. So it is a tough decision. And again, I commend you all for being up here. You all brought up some very good points, but for me, I genuinely just wanted to come here with an open mind. And I guess before we move any further, I'm good right now. Thank you.
I just wanted to see if there's any other comments from any of my other council colleagues.
I have a comment. Thank you, obviously, to the candidates. It takes a lot of courage to stand up here and expose yourself like this. We are in the middle of a possible recall in one of our districts. We have a special election coming up on the 31st. I am not sure what the voters in the 3rd are going to do, but we have to plan ahead. Should there be a vacancy in District 3, if we do not fill the vacancy in District 1, there will be 3 members of the council to try to carry forth the business of the city for the next 8 months. If one of those 3 gets sick, warrants, that's the payments that we make to our vendors, resolutions, ordinances will not go forward. That's my understanding from the city attorney, that it takes, first of all, it takes 3 to make a quorum. So if one of us gets sick, heaven forbid we get COVID, there has been legislation that might allow us to call in. But if 3 of us aren't here, city business is at a standstill. Even if there is no recall on the 31st, we're left then possibly with 4. If we arrive at an impasse, 2-2 on any certain votes, my understanding is bills will not get paid because it takes 3. So we are facing a possibility that city business might not go forward. I think it's imperative on this council that we appoint. First and foremost, I want the community to know that I do believe that we should appoint. And now we're left to the decisions of who to appoint. So with that said, I'll reserve my comments on individuals, but I do want to speak on the issue of the need to appoint. Some residents correctly brought that out. Do you really have to? I'm afraid we do in order to conduct business. So I want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Trujillo, Councilmember Sosa. Councilmember Alvarez, do you have any comments? As has been stated, and I don't want to delay this any longer. I know it's late for everybody, and we still have to have a regular business meeting. I concur with my colleagues. It is important. The city of Downey has not faced a situation like this in its history, and you've reminded us, and rightly so. You've entrusted us to do the right thing. And I do want to thank the 4 candidates for coming forward. It takes a lot to face not just a council, but certainly come forward and be open and transparent about your life and about what's happened. and knowing that people will judge you one way or the other. But we are here. We want to ensure that we continue to conduct the business for the residents. We don't want to have an impasse and not be able to, whether one of us needs to abstain from a particular item, and again, that leaves 2 council members, we need to have that appointment. The residents of District 1 will have an opportunity in November to elect the individual they choose to. In the meantime, I think it is imperative and it is incumbent upon us to choose that individual. It is a difficult choice. We know we have met many of you, and we all love our city and we want to do the right thing. And I will now entertain a motion and a second, a nomination for this appointment.
Madam Mayor, this isn't easy. Again, I came to this meeting with an open mind, and I will say that I do know two of the candidates, and Hector Lujan is not one of the candidates that I know. Based on experience, I'm going to go ahead and nominate Hector Lujan.
I will second that nomination. If we can please vote. Okay, it looks like the motion fails. We want to, and again, one of the reasons I seconded that motion is I know there are 2 candidates that have mentioned to us their interest in running for the seat. And we want to be as impartial as we can, and we want to give them a fair opportunity. We all ran campaigns and knocked on thousands of doors, and that is important for us. Having said that, I will entertain another motion for the appointment.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Horacio Ortiz Jr. to the vacancy.
Second that.
Please vote.
The motion fails.
Okay, I will entertain another motion to appoint for this vacancy. I think it's important for our community that this council agrees and that this council is impartial. We've heard our candidates and we heard the individuals that have openly said they are running for this seat. And we need to conduct the people's business.
I'd like to make a comment on the issue of the fact that this would be an unfair advantage to one of the 2 candidates who have spoken about running. If anything, I think they're going to have to work extra hard on November. They're still going to have to knock on the doors. They're still going to have to earn what we believe we've earned by winning our elections here today. We are entrusted with the future of the city. Certain information has come out today that it is unfortunate that we're living in a climate in which we're dwelling into people's personal lives. It is unfortunate, but that's the reality of politics. When I decided to run, I had to sit and take inventory of my closet. I have skeletons there. Many of us do. We have become an embarrassment. our meetings are for entertainment for other people. And it's disheartening to know that because we think it will be a political advantage to one candidate, that we forget that the residents of District 1 will go unrepresented for 8 months. District 1 has the highest concentration of homelessness of all my 4 districts. District 1 has the highest industrial, commercial space that affects the neighborhoods that we represent. I've heard about when did he move in, but he's lived it all his life. I thought we represented all of Downey, and now that seems to be a big issue. This is so political, but with that said, I think that we need to remember this day. This day will go down as a day in which we had an opportunity to appoint a young man, Horacio Ortiz Jr., who embodies these 6 pillars that we quote so often from this dais. He's lived an open and honest life, and he's qualified. That young man I met about 2.5 years ago. He reached out to me. He volunteered for my campaign. He's the future of this city. And it's so good to see so many young people here. Thank you for coming out today and speaking. It is unfortunate that it seems we will be letting you down today. And that hopefully will give you and motivate you so you can come out in November and vote. So that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other motion on the floor for us to entertain? I disagree, Mayor Pro Tem, with the comments. This is not by any means a political decision. This is, we are looking at someone the same way, and we have to be fair and honest with ourselves. When we conducted the interviews and when we did the appointment for District 2, it was clear to us, and we spoke about individuals that were potentially wanting to run for that seat. And again, we all agreed on Mr. LaPlante, and he fulfilled his duties to the best of his ability, having been an admired and loved citizen of this community. The same way Mr. Lujan has been a resident of this city, a father, someone that Assemblymember Pacheco approached, actually, to think about this appointment. This individual has the qualities and the experience to help us hold this seat for the next 8 months. Certainly, Mr. Horacio has great qualities, as Ms. Elvira Meraz, and Mr. Tim Horn with your longevity in District 1 as well. This is not at all political. We want, I believe, in this dais, someone that can hold this seat until the residents of District 1 can elect the best representative for them. And again, it is shameful that we find ourselves in this position with someone who may be a week from today removed from office. It has the ability to make this decision as our Downey moves forward. And we are facing a difficult time for Downey. Certainly our businesses are feeling it, our residents are feeling it, and we are faced with a difficult decision. I try, just as I'm sure all of us, we want to be impartial. We want to be before our residents clean and ensure that there is no ulterior motives. And having this opportunity brings us to what is important to us. Are we going to, have, and you are viewing it now, and those that are at home as well. This is the impasse that we are talking about, the 2-2. What are the ulterior motives? We have a resident who has not said he is going to run for office, someone who has a record of service with AYSO, with faith community, with the community, who has served also as planning commissioner for this city for 6 years, and that is Mr. Hector Lujan. I don't see why Mr. Trujillo or Councilmember Alvarez would decline that appointment.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I also disagree that this is political. And again, I'm the new guy on the block, but you guys are all here. You're spending time here because you're concerned about this filling this vacancy. And we owe it to you guys. We owe it to the residents of Downey to come here with an open mind. As I mentioned, I know 2 of the candidates. I know Elvira Meraz. I know Horacio Ortiz, both great people. I think they would do great in the city. But at this time, the current political climate and the way things are going on in the city right now, we owe it to you guys to come in here with an open mind. Mr. Lujan, in fact, I'm surprised I've never met him because we've both been involved in the community for a long time. We owe it to you guys to come here and really hear them out. Mr. Horn, thank you for your time. But for me, it comes down to experience. And we want to give these guys a fair shot without any predetermined notions or ideas on what we expect from them. But that's what this whole hearing is for. We're supposed to come here, give them each a fair shot, make a decision from there. And it's a quick decision. It's not easy. But I tell you, again, I know 2 of these people. Hector Lujan is not one of them. I like the experience. I like the experience in the community and what he's brought to the community. That's why I nominated him. That's the whole purpose of these hearings, is to hear them out, give them the benefit of doubt, and hear what they have to say. That's why we're asking them these questions in front of all you fine people. That concludes my comment.
Madam Mayor, I have a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We already closed public hearing, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo. I think the motion that we continue to wait on, and I am, as the mayor and the leader of the city at this present time, I believe it is our duty to appoint someone to this seat, and we need to come to terms with that. I know Horacio, and I know Elvira, and they are wonderful people. And I wish them tremendous luck as they embark on their campaigns. And precisely because I do not want to appear biased and appear that I am favoring one over the other, I am choosing someone for this temporary appointment that up until tonight, I had not met. I knew of, but I had not met, and that is Mr. Lujan. And I think this shows our impartiality, our ability to be neutral. And there were wonderful things said about Mr. Ortiz. And I know him personally. He is a great guy. But we come to this decision, Mr. Trujillo. And this is, I think, the future of our city really, once again, hangs on the hands of the individual that will be recalled for the first time in history, District 3, and on Mr. Trujillo. These are the individuals that, if we cannot appoint, then that is how our business stops in this city. We have proven and we have heard from the candidates, and they are great candidates, 2 of which have chosen to tell us they are moving forward with a November election. And I like them very much, and I think they would do great. So I will pause here, but we are not going to leave until we fill this seat. I think this is our responsibility. We owe it to 114,000 residents.
City Attorney, there's a motion and a second on the floor.
I need you to remain from speaking. This is not your turn. If you speak once again out of turn, you will be removed from this council chambers. This is my meeting, and I've already told you what the meeting rules based on our Downey Municipal Code are. And by the way, there is no motion on the floor. We already closed the public hearing. I'm going to take this opportunity as my council colleagues continue to think about what it is they want to do.
Well,
But I'm sorry, MPT Trujillo, I would like our city attorney to address, as we wait for this and give you some time to think, I would like for her to address the ongoing issue about individuals coming to speak and indicating their rights are being violated because they cannot see themselves on camera. Would you please address that, Madam City Attorney?
Sure, I would be happy to. I understand there's been a lot of changes to the process recently, and that's because there's been a consistent history of disturbances at city council meetings that's been preventing the council from conducting its business in an orderly fashion. And the city has a goal to conduct its meetings in an orderly fashion and provide an opportunity to allow the public to address the council. And it's a really hard thing to balance, and it's something that the city struggles with at every meeting. And so these are in-person meetings. The council is here present in the meeting room in order for the public to come and address the council, and they're given that opportunity to do that for closed session, for public hearings, and then again at general public comment. I think the city's been working very hard to bring order and decorum to these meetings, and there's no legal obligation that the meetings be televised. It's a courtesy that's provided to the residents of Downey so that they can watch these meetings at home, but this is an in-person meeting, and people are addressing the council in person to speak to them here. So, and the substance of all the comments is still being recorded for the public record and for the people at home. It's just that the council has taken a lot of steps to bring order and decorum to these meetings, including requiring people to stay seated, requiring speaker cards, and having a static sign or static PowerPoint slide on the screen instead of a live camera feed while people are speaking. These are all an effort to bring decorum to these meetings so that the council can conduct its business in an orderly fashion.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, you were going to speak.
Withdrawn.
Okay, I will take a 3-minute recess. We will continue to think, and we will need to fill this seat. We cannot move forward without an appointment tonight, but we will have to take a recess. Thank you.
And I will remind everyone, because this was a public hearing, please don't speak among yourselves or with the members of the public about the decision. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Can we get everybody back? If we can get everybody back to your seats, we're going to resume our public hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, and thank you, community members, for continuing to sit with us through this. I know we have some little ones that are joining us, and I know that they are anxious to speak during public comment. We hope to get to that portion of our meeting as quickly as possible, and we hope to arrive to a good decision for our city. We do need someone in this seat. We cannot leave our residents hanging. That would not be okay. And I think you've all seen that we know the individuals that applied, two of them, very well, and we like them very much. And for that reason, I don't believe it's fair that I move forward with that appointment, personally. You elected me to be ethical, and that's what I'm doing. You elected me because you want someone with the highest degree of integrity, and that's what I'm doing. I am waiting for my council colleagues to make another recommendation. It is 8:52, and we still have the remainder of our business meeting to conduct.
I have a motion. I have a motion that we appoint Mr. Horn to fill the vacancy in District 1.
Is there a second? Hearing none? Okay, let's vote.
Mayor, I'll take a roll call for this vote. We didn't prepare for these many motions. Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Sosa?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what are,
The motion is to appoint Mr. Horn to fill the vacancy. And I'm taking a roll call vote, so it's yes or no, or abstain, but we don't have enough votes for this item prepared, so I'm taking a roll call instead of voting on the system.
okay, no.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo
Yes.
and Mayor Frometa.
No, I will make yet another motion for the appointment of Mr. Hector Lujan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Alvarez?
No.
Councilmember Sosa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo?
No.
And Mayor Frometa.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Horacio Ortiz Jr. to fill the vacancy in District 1.
Second.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Sosa?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa.
No.
That motion fails as well.
If I may, Madam Mayor, we're obviously at a standstill. I would like to, all of us have spoken with the exception of Councilwoman Alvarez, I would like to hear her thoughts on the candidates. Just a request.
I don't want to give my point of view, and I don't think you have to make me talk. The other thing is that Mr. Ortiz is the best fit for this position. Is that's what you want me to say? And I'm voting for him, and I'm not going to change my mind.
With all due respect, I just want, for the record, I just, we're all up here. This is an important decision. And as council colleagues, I'm just trying to get your perspective, Councilwoman Alvarez's perspective on this whole thing, because we need to somehow break this. And again, just trying to get some more perspective on this from the people sitting up here on the dais. That's all.
May I suggest that we table the item and get to the people's business so we can finish the affairs and then get to this later?
We cannot table this item, Mr. Trujillo. A public hearing, there's got to be a resolution and regarding this item before we move on to the people's business. That unfortunately, we can't do that with a public hearing. And as it's unfortunate, we find ourselves here. We may need to be here a lot longer, but to me, it's disturbing that we cannot agree, and we have already discussed the reasoning behind a couple of the candidates and why we believe Mr. Lujan can fill this seat temporarily.
My understanding from the city attorney is that to override the mayoral's decision as to we run the meeting, it would take 3. I'm merely asking that we table it so we can get to the city's business. I know that we have individuals who are patiently waiting to be heard on other items. So,
It's not
Madam
to
Attorney,
table, it's to hold. When we table something, that means we don't bring it back.
I misspoke.
Yes.
I would like to ask
To hold?
Madam Mayor if you would hold the item so we can get to the city's business just on tonight's agenda, and then we could get back to this item.
Can-
Just a
I just want to
suggestion.
make sure that we can do that, because when you say table, that means we don't do it.
Good point.
Okay.
I'll second that.
It's unusual, but there's a good cause to be able to do it and be able to handle the rest of the items tonight. You've already heard public comment, so that part is finished. It's to finish your deliberation later in the evening. So it's unusual, but I think you can move the rest of your deliberation to the end of the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then there is a motion, and
I second.
you second, and we are in agreement. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Sosa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa?
Yes.
Thank you.
At this time, we have city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, and conference and meeting reports. As if we can start with my far left, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just an update on the last 2 weeks of work since our last council meeting. The most important topic that I want the residents of Downey to know that we're well on our way to hopefully selecting our next city manager. We can't reveal a lot because of the confidentiality issues, but I share my colleague's sentiment when we say that Downey's best days are ahead of us. Had the opportunity to attend the grand opening for a crumble cookie at the Downey Promenade. Delicious cookies. Please check them out. I had not really heard about them. I guess it's the latest craze, and we're so happy to have them here in Downey for our residents and the surrounding community to enjoy. Continued our work with the League of Cities and the Policy Committee. We had an orientation. Congratulations to Joseph Simonian, who's close to completing his Eagle Scout Award. It was an honor for me to attend his raincoat collection for the homeless. Fantastic evening at the Downey Theater with Taylor Dane and Sheena Easton. That was a really great concert. It's great to see high quality entertainment for our residents here in the city. I had a great meeting with Chief Murray, who took the time, thank you, Chief, to educate me on the budgetary constraints that our department has dealt with. She took me back historically for a few decades. We talked about the number of officers, the different divisions. So thank you, Chief Murray, for taking the time to help me learn more about one of the most important departments in our city, and that's our police department. And of course, it was a big weekend for our city. We now have a Downey resident sitting in Sacramento representing us. That's our former mayor, Blanca Pacheco, who continues to make us proud and make history for our city. So with that said, there's one item I'm requesting that we consider on the next agenda. I am asking from concurrence. I need a fellow council member who will support me in putting the YMCA and their request for funding on the agenda for our next regularly scheduled meeting. Would someone like to support my agenda item?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Sosa. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councilmember Sosa.
I'll try to keep this brief just to let you know we've had a eventful, pretty busy and productive last couple of weeks for the city. I attended a chamber ambassador lunch at La Coco over at Stewart and Gray and Lakewood. It was a good turnout. Great food. I tried the chilaquiles there for the first time. Pretty tasty. That was a successful event for the chamber. Also, I attended, like my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, I attended the crumble cookie ribbon cutting as well. And I'm not a big cookie fan, but those cookies are pretty legit. So you should try those out. Also, I was the guest speaker at this month's Chamber of Commerce City Affairs. That was a lot of fun for me. I got to interact with a lot of the local business owners, hear some of their concerns, and give them a little bit more of my history and my vision for the city, which does include being a small business advocate and trying to help support our businesses here in Downey. I also attended the ribbon cutting at Fire Wings. That's a pretty good deal there, good wings. They were generous enough to pass out a bunch of samples, and I must have put down at least 10 of them, full transparency. And we've been back since. So try them out, and I think they're going to do well there. We wish them all the best of luck. I did attend a Contract Cities board meeting. It was a huge turnout. Contract Cities, as you know, it involves all the contract cities around the region, and it took place at the Lakewood, or the Bellflower, I should say, Fire Museum. Neat place. A lot of the local elected officials. One takeaway I walked away with is Supervisor Hahn was there. I had a conversation with her, and she did discuss one of the main initiatives that her and Mayor Bass are working on is addressing the homelessness issue that's affecting all of us in this region. So, I did get have her ear and let her know that, Downey would like, some of the resources thrown down our way to help us out. Also, I attended a SIACA board meeting, and, my first meeting with them, I'm looking forward to helping out, and they do a lot of good things. And, they just recently had a promotion for dogs that they were trying to find homes for. So I think that's a good organization. I also attended the Eco Rapid Transit board meeting. That was just last night. I'm looking forward to serving on that. It was a brief meeting, but stay tuned for more information on that. I also did a contract through, and I do work, aside from all these meetings, I do work and spend time with my family, but I think it's important to have true representation and to represent not only my district, but the city when it comes to these committees and some of these local events that are happening. I did go through a tour of the Hall of Justice through the contract cities, and we had an opportunity to sit down with Sheriff Luna, and he was able to share some of his initiatives with us, and we're looking forward to seeing what he's able to do with the Sheriff's Department and also with the rising crime in our region in LA County. And then also I did attend. By the way, the Hall of Justice is a great place. A lot of history there. And I did also attend the swearing in for Blanca Pacheco, which took place this past Sunday. It was a huge turnout, a lot of local elected officials. And, when we meet with people like that, it's just an opportunity to see what's working and what's not working in other cities. But again, along with my colleagues, we try to always advocate for the most part for us in Downey. So that concludes my events, and I have no requests at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sosa. Councilmember Alvarez?
Hello, good evening, Downey. I would like to comment on the recall. It keeps saying that it's not about rent control, but everybody remembers how the recall page said, we have to take care of a little problem before it grows. What they mean is before more progressive candidates wins. In Downey, we don't have rent control. Tenants and buildings will want in the city the rent control. Downey doesn't have none of the rent control. If Downey had a rent control, we would have an elected rent board. At this rent board, board members could mediate between tenants and landlords. These negotiations will be about improvements to buildings like how not to have fires, which keep happening because apartment buildings in Downey are old. By not having a rent control board that regulates buildings, the city is risking human life. The RICO people will keep lying to the public saying it's not about rent control. They say it's about ethics. But if it's about ethics, why are they not recalling my colleagues who have major ethical problems? Unlike me, the Downey Patriot doesn't attack my colleagues for their ethical problems, because neither the Downey Patriot nor RICO cares about ethics. They're about power, and they only want a few people to have it. This has been a recall against rent control by the Republican Party and landlords from the city and other cities. Seriously, the RICO people talk about how their parents struggle. I'm sorry your parents were victims. I don't want any more victims. I want the oppression to stop, and that's why during my time here, I have fought, not just for rent control. I fought for higher minimum wage, hazard pay, during the pandemic, and LGBT picnic, Art and Culture Committee, Indigenous People Day, and more. My colleagues didn't bring it up, those issues. I did. Let's be clear. I'm being recalled because I stood up against the people who control this city. But you know what? Even if I'm recalled, I will be back because this city has been controlled by a handful of corrupt people for too long. It is time to keep winning for the people, and that is what is going to happen. No matter if the RICO people like it or not, we're going to win back this seat. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my comments short. I am pleased to tell you I was fortunate enough to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors conference last week, where mayors from across the country convened, and we discussed issues of importance for cities large and small across the country. We were also invited by President Joe Biden to a reception at the White House on Friday afternoon. And I also had the opportunity to meet with the newly elected mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. We did discuss in one of the breakout sessions homelessness and affordable housing. And again, from a healthcare perspective, we discussed it's not just the housing, providing a bed, a shelter, and food, but really looking at behavioral health and mental health and wraparound services. And many of these problems that have snowballed over the last several decades really stemmed from the closure of psychiatric and behavioral health facilities in the 80s. And Mayor Bass and I, again, Downey is 12 miles southeast of Los Angeles. We have seen an increase in the transient population. I also had an opportunity to discuss this issue with Supervisor Hahn, and we are forming, and Downey will be included, a coalition. We're forming to discuss homelessness and, again, bring additional resources to the city of Downey. It was a tremendous learning opportunity. We, again, discussed mass shootings and events of that nature, and it was very, very sad. We heard from the mayor of Orlando from the Pulse nightclub shooting, the mayor of Buffalo from last year's shooting, and here we are, how we need to be prepared, and we need to have tabletop exercises to get our community and, of course, our organization, City Hall, better prepared. And again, we were having this conversation late Thursday in D.C., and I flew back Saturday morning, and here we are Saturday night with the shootings around us. And again, just thinking about what we are experiencing, the issues we're experiencing as a city, the lack of affordable housing. As I spoke with mayors from up and down our state of California, mayors of Long Beach, Anaheim, Los Angeles, the issue of affordable housing is, again, it's up and down. And California is a very expensive state, and we don't have enough housing. That is an issue that is complex, and we are not able to solve right now, right away. We need to continue to demand and really fight our state and our federal government for additional dollars. And I can go on and on, but I just want to let you know that I did have the opportunity to attend that conference. I'm also appointed vice chair for the Public Safety Policy Committee for the League of California Cities. And we will be beginning the work on the following priorities that I think I mentioned at the last council meeting: the public safety, the fentanyl crisis, homelessness, and the no cash bail issue that many of our cities have been struggling with, in the rising crime, because there's no consequences to crime for felons. And I'm also involved with the Council of Governments, and I also am part of the Contract Cities Executive Board, the Director at Large. And I will continue to represent you, Downey, as best as I can, and bring about strategies to improve our community. We are a council of part-time individuals that have full-time jobs, and it is my honor to sit in this chair and represent you. One last thing I do want to mention, and for the record, there had been some continuous information of erroneous and false accusations of assault and battery, and an individual had filed a police report, and this had gone on and been investigated, and I had not been at liberty to discuss this, but I want to be on the record to let you know that these accusations were bogus and they were false, and the district attorney's office rejected the case because there was no evidence. There was lack of sufficient evidence. And so, having said that, there will be people that continue to make outlandish accusations about ethics, about harassment, about things, and know that that's what they are. They are false allegations. And I will continue to stand true to my values and to the individual that I am and the track record that I have established for the community of Downey that I have been serving for many years. With that said, I don't have additional comments. I just want to thank the staff for continuing to work so diligently, and thank our interim city manager, Scott, who drives so far to serve our community. Thank you, Assistant City Manager, Interim Assistant City Manager Vania de Rojas, for all your work, and Parks and Rec, Community Development, as well as our Police Chief, Fire Chief, Public Works. It takes an army to continue to have the city moving forward, and it is our duty duty to continue to see it through. And as Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo alluded earlier, we are in the final stages of selecting a city manager, and we can't release any more information, but let me tell you that better days are ahead for Downey. Thank you, and that will conclude my comments. Interim City Manager Scott, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Very briefly, I do want to thank the Public Works Department and other departments of the city for the work that they have done over the last couple of weeks with the atmospheric river dropping its load on California. I think Downey managed that quite well, and I appreciate very much the work that the field crews from all the departments did during that period of time. And it made it difficult because we have quite a few street paving projects underway and water main projects and other projects that are going on. We're trying to get Fire Station 4 finished, and I think we've decided we needed to do some work on the roof before we can finish that, in part caused by recognition of problems that we've had with the weather. So things are back on track, and they're doing the best they can, and I do want to appreciate Mr. Norris in particular and the field crews that have been out in the middle of all of this. I want to explain that during the discussions tonight on filling this seat, that it wasn't lack of interest that caused me to place myself on the end here. In our form of government, the city manager is appointed to be an absolute neutral when it comes to the members of a city council, how they're selected or elected. And by code of ethics, I'm not allowed to participate in anything related to that. And so it just seemed appropriate to me not to be sitting up here in the middle of it as if I were involved in it. And I sit down on the end. I will tell you that from my seat, the 4 people who stepped up and said that they're willing to serve this community and stood in front of us all at the podium and addressed all those questions are certainly heroes in the community, and all of them deserve to be thanked by all of us for the willingness to put themselves out there. I express the same admiration for my 4 city council members who I serve equally, for putting yourselves through this very difficult process. And it's a good thing for me that I am not allowed to participate because I do not know what you do with a 2-2 vote. The city manager interviews that have been discussed a couple of times are coming up. The next interview which will be publicly noticed, will be on February 3rd, 1 o'clock. Those are done in closed session. The city council starts in public session, takes any comments on the closed session agenda, and then the rest of it is done in private in closed session. But it's important that the public know that that's going on and that those notices will be put forward. I think that's all I've got to say. I notice our friends from Manzanar and Meldar neighborhood. I noticed Mr. Ojeda, if I have that right, and the young Ms. Ojeda. Thank you for being here, and I will assure you we're still working on your issues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Interim City Manager Scott. I will now take public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued a number card by the city staff. And once again, I know I keep repeating myself, but before we begin public comment, I would like to remind members of the public that the city meetings rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code apply, and any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly business of this meeting or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting, copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chamber. Speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning, and then they will be removed for the entire meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the municipal code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in tonight's meeting, from the members of the council here on the dais, to staff, to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. We have children in the audience, and I will not tolerate a lack of respect for our children. Yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with other or disturbs persons who are addressing the City Council. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking, and any other conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of this meeting. I remind the speakers, your comments must be addressed to me directly and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience. Did we receive any written correspondence, City Clerk, regarding tonight's meeting agenda items?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay. I will now open up this time, and member with card number 1, I think he's up on the podium. And I will also, because we have a long line of individuals or a long list, the time will be 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I know it's late for the little ones, and okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Castellanos, and I'm a 5th grader at Unsworth Elementary. I'm here tonight to ask you, my City Council members, to provide Downey residents with free in-home composting bins. For some time now, my family and I have been composting. This started after we watched the new segment on PBS that discussed how food waste is contributing to climate change. In the new segment, it stated that the Environmental Protection Agency declared food waste is responsible for about 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It also stated that many people do not compost. They throw away organic waste in the trash, and the food eventually goes to landfills. As a result of the food waste not being composted and piled up in landfills, it does not get oxygen and turns into methane gas. Methane gas is 25% more potent than carbon dioxide, creating global greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change. However, if residents of Downey are given free in-home composting bins, they are more likely to compost and help slow down climate change. I went a step further and also surveyed some students at my school. I asked them if they compost. 20% of the students stated that they did in fact compost, while 80% of the students stated that they did not compost. I continued to ask the students who did not compost if they would get a free in-home composting bin, would they be willing to compost? And 80% of them said yes, proving that if the city provides residents with free in-home composting bins, they will be encouraged to compost and help slow down climate change. Last year, on January 1st, 2022, California passed a compost law that supported Senate Bill 1383 and stated California towns, cities, and countries need to provide compostable carts and associated organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses to recycle organic materials. While this is true, the carts that we use are the existing green outdoor bins. Having outdoor bins makes residents unlikely to compost because it's so inefficient. While some residents may be able to purchase in-home composting bins, it might not be accessible for others. I called Athens Services, which is the company in charge of our trash collection services, and they said they unfortunately do not provide residents with free in-home composting bins. Other cities have been providing its residents with free in-home composting bins, making it easier for the residents to fill the bin as they go and simply walking it out to the outdoor bin, dumping the waste, and Athens Services will take care of the rest. This would definitely encourage Downey residents to follow the law. If you provide Downey residents with free in-home composting bins, they are more likely to compost. This will help the environment and the future generations by slowing down climate change. If you do so, I commit to volunteering to help distribute the composting bins. Not only that, but I am also committed to educating others on the importance of taking care of our environment by doing something as simple as composting. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my concerns, and I hope that you are able to give Downey residents free and composting bins.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. We can talk to our community development. There is a program we have in a pilot program regarding the new compost law. And if we can give additional information to this family, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Why don't we commit to doing a report on that at the next meeting? We can come back and do a brief update on where all that stands. We've got staff working on that, and we'd be happy to do that at the next meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Great. Okay, speaker number 2, you may approach the podium. And thank you for waiting. I know it's been a long night. And Alicia, the time is running. Oh, okay.
Good evening. I'm Manuel Ojeda. This is Miranda Ojeda. She wanted to come up and speak, and she got cold feet at the last second. So she's very interested. She was well. As we left the last meeting, and you guys were also diligent in listening to our concerns of our safety on Cecilia Street, she was able to go home and tell all the neighbors and all the kids that they're going to be able to play outside, that the city council is going to fix their street and make sure that they're going to be able to play out front. She said it's going to be time, it's going to take time, and it's going to go. So we had neighbors show up tonight, and they were going to speak, and obviously this took longer than normal, and they all have children at home. Since we met last at 2:30 in the morning last Tuesday, as I was putting my lunchbox in the back of my truck, I leave for work early in the morning. Coming around the corner, I was almost hit by a vehicle coming across. I was able to jump in my truck and just narrowly missed my truck. Another issue that we had. As we were telling the neighbors that you guys are working on this and doing everything, there was almost a head-on collision of people crossing the yellow lines. We haven't seen anything, and they're asking how long it's going to take. And I know it's a slow-moving process, and I know that there's a lot of obstacles in the way by having to deal with Norwalk. But if you can just give us a time frame, I thank you guys for everything you're doing presently, and she's excited to see you guys move. And I thank you. I know I have 30 seconds left. I thank you guys, and we're going to have to leave the meeting because she has to go home and go to bed for school. But thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3, you may come forward.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Scott and staff, good evening. My name is John Lacey. A couple of quick points. I highly compliment the young man with the poise he showed here was outstanding. I vote for him sitting up there one of these days. Secondly, government spending. Our federal government has a budget of over almost $6 trillion with a T, $6 trillion. The state of California has a budget of approximately $333 billion, that's with a B. The county of Los Angeles has a budget of roughly $38 billion with a B. The city council here has a budget of over $100 million. It's a lot of money the government gets from all of us. My point is that there's a lot of waste, various amounts of waste in all the budget, that whenever people come before us and ask for more money, I very seldom have heard someone say, we analyzed the current situation, we found waste, we tried to eliminate the waste, and we're posing this new budget, hopefully with no waste. As the city council decides on their budget here, I hope you revisit what works, what doesn't work, and basically move forward with that. And lastly, my time for going to bed is soon. I'm going to leave now and get to bed. My comments, this ends my comments. I yield my remaining time back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Speaker number 4 may come up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joaquin Beltran, resident of nearly 30 years. I ran for council recently to help my city. First of all, my heart goes out to the victims and families of the horrific mass shooting in Monterey Park. We need to do better to protect our families. Tonight, I'm here for transparency and public safety. There is missing evidence from the criminal case against Claudia Fermetta, one of them being the Ralph's footage of that night. Very strange that that is missing. So tonight I'm here to share the 911 call, the night that Claudia Fermetta committed battery, voter suppression, used taxpayer dollars to lie to police to target her political opponent by instigating a high priority call reserved for when people's lives are in danger. And here is the call.
Hi, this is Councilmember Claudia Fermetta. Who am I speaking with? Operator 107, Salazar. Hi, Operator Salazar. I am in the Ralph store on the corner of Gallatin and Lakewood. And I have Mr. Joaquin Beltran, who is seems to be harassing individuals as they come in with campaign paperwork and stuff, or yes, flyers. It is 10:41 at night, and there's only one entrance and one exit to the store. He is right by the entrance. These are not the times to be at a store doing any type of campaigning. Okay, and what? Hold on, let me put the call in first. Hold on. Male, white, black, Hispanic. He's a Hispanic. And what color shirt is he wearing? He's wearing a suit. What color? Gray, I believe. No business in the shop. Right.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. I need you to sit down, Mr. Beltran. Speaker number 5 may come up, please.
All right. I don't know where to start. Act like adults. I mean, if you end up 2-2, you move on. Show up. Get to work. You've got enough people to do the work. Everybody's a great person out here. They do wonderful things. Boy, my time's being cut. Okay, public hearings. We need public hearings. You want public input, more public hearings on legitimate issues. We are a constitutional representative republic. That's why I do not vote for anybody as a congressional or otherwise in Burbank. Ain't that right, Mr. Scott? I'm in Downey. I'm not in District 1. That's their turn to vote on their representative. They voted to vote for Blanca Pacheco, as much as our elections are legitimate. they knew that she was going to vacate that seat if she won. So that's up to them. That's on them now. They can wait till November. And kudos to all the candidates or the people that applied. You know, good luck. Pay the fees, register your candidacy, get out there, and hopefully everything works out for you in November. But that's the time the voters get to take care of everything. We don't know what's going to happen in District 3. To use it as an excuse for your ineptness and your incompetence is unacceptable. Or a COVID illness, unacceptable. Act like adults. Now you're going to have to show up to work and do the work. You can all agree to keep our lights on, can't you? All four of you? How about our streets paved? You're doing a great job, Public Works, by the way. They're getting to it. We need some of those curbs painted red, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 6 may come up.
That young gentleman who spoke earlier, that's why we shed our blood from the Revolutionary War to this day, including my brothers in Vietnam. That's First Amendment in action. Lee Squire, Vietnam veteran, civil rights advocate for race and disability. Mayor and council, at the January 10th council meeting, I asked for presentations for National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, January the 9th, 2023. I don't see it. I asked you to fly the MLK flag on January the 16th in honor of Martin Luther King Day. I did not see that either. I also asked for a proclamation honoring January the 27th, 2023 as the Jewish Liberation Day from Auschwitz concentration camps. I asked for that. I understand, I believe, the Jewish temple is in your district. Also, I want to make it very clear, without the black community, there was no Martin Luther King Jr. Without Martin Luther King Jr., there was no civil rights. With no civil rights movement, there would have been no federal civil rights based on nationality, race, and religion. I will hold you accountable. You need a 7th pillar. It's called transparency. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Next speaker.
Hello again.
Hello.
Not only did I not expect to speak once, but twice tonight. And I apologize. I know that everybody wants to go home and we want to get everything done. However, I would be remiss if I didn't come and speak the feelings that I felt. And I'm directing my comments to you, Mayor, but they're about Catherine Alvarez, who does not speak for me. I live in District 3. The house that my husband's grandfather and uncle built in 1949 is where we live, and we've been there ever since. When you talk about rent control, and however it is, your factions that you're representing, please tell them the truth. The state of California has rent control. There are limits. No more than 5% locally or 10%, whichever is lower. Please make sure when you're rallying your people together about that. And
Please direct your comments to me.
Excuse me, and making the comments about that you don't lie to them. That's why the recall election is being done, because you've lied. We did not know about your history, and I'm sorry about your history. I really have compassion for you. I pray for you. I feel sorry for some of the things that have happened to you. But I don't feel you're confident to have the position, and you certainly do not represent me. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8 may come up, please.
I want to start off by saying once again that Mr. Trujillo, you have been asked a couple of questions whether Mr. Ortiz or his family members are renters in one of your properties. You have refused to
Please direct your
answer,
comments to me.
and you need to be quiet.
No,
madam.
you do
you
not
need to
tell
be
me-
quiet because it's protected by the Constitution. You need to answer those questions.
This is your last warning. This is your one and final warning. You do not address the mayor that way.
Mr. Councilmember Trujillo, and the question has been made, is one of the members of the Ortiz family, any of his family members, his renters to one of his properties? He has refused to answer, and if it is, we need to know for the sake of transparency, because this would be a conflict of interest to have a relationship between a tenant and a landlord up on there on the days making decisions on behalf of the city. Catherine Alvarez does not think for herself. She will do whatever Mario Trujillo says. That is very apparent in each meeting, and I am disappointed that she calls herself a progressive when she's done nothing but follow the orders of a criminal who has been removed from being a special advisor to the DA for interfering in a federal process which violated the law and showed strength in corruption by supporting a murderer who was supposed to be charged for murder, trying to give him a 7-year sentence. I do also want to refer back to the unfairness that Ms. Meras received up there, receiving a set of different questions. That in itself was calculated, and it was unfair to the candidate. I don't know her, but I do know when I am seeing unfairness here on the podium by council members who are crooks. My advice to her is that she takes some legal advice to see if she can address the unfairness, because it is depriving her of the right that she has to have a fair consideration to represent the people of her district. Finally, I want to address that bad words is protected by the Constitution as much as we do not like it. Signs themselves are also protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution as much as you guys don't like it. So you need to abide by the Constitution, and you need to take in account that when you're blocking the people from seeing who are the speakers, you are showing lack of transparency. You're all criminals.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor Fermetta, and we the people of Downey. My name is Brandon Sangili, and I'm here on behalf of my district, District 3, in support of the yes vote on the nonpartisan recall of Catherine Alvarez. Surprising that she's even here tonight, although she's missed a couple meetings since the midterms. She only got to come for one night to play pretend mayor. Otherwise, she's gone to closed session meetings because she knows we're not going to be here. 1 week from today, the residents of District 3, including me and my family, are going to fire a criminal, a fraud, and a disgraced council member who pulled a George Santos on the voters and deceiving us during her 2020 campaign. While it may not be a requirement for a candidate to reveal her record, although I think it should be a requirement, it's all about being transparent with the voters so we get to know more about the candidate and do more research. As a registered voter of District 3, I and we the people of Downey should have a right to know if a candidate or a local and federal candidate has a criminal record that we should be aware of. Since we last met in the chambers, Alvarez has been posting on social media trashing our recall movement while we have done nothing but expose the real truth of Catherine Alvarez that she has managed to hide from us for over 2 years. So I had to comment and question on her presence at the council meetings and local functions to represent my district. Why aren't you at council meetings or functions to represent my district? Why are you terrorizing residents with bullhorns, even current and former elected officials? Is it because Downey's racist, like you said in that podcast, Caliente Girls? Why are both Republicans and Democrats, homeowners and renters are voting you out? Let me tell you why. We reject socialism, which, by the way, we already have rent control in Downey. It's been said, but they want the socialist kind. Anyway, there's more, but I'm running out of time, so I'll just read to what you said to me. To be honest, it is a waste of my time to answer you. That's her response to a constituent, and I don't approve of it. So to the residents of District 3, ask yourselves, what is considered a waste of taxpayer money, this election or poor representation from a local representative who's supposed to be representing us, and yet she can't take our time to answer our concerns? Vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 10, please. You may come up. Okay, they must have left. Speaker number 11. Speaker number 12. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, Carol.
Are you guys always this exciting?
Oh, even more.
Okay. My name is Carol Kearns, and I want to say that I'm so impressed with all the people that have stayed here this late to give their input. It's really important. My topic is rather mundane compared to what you've had to deal with tonight, but it's about the theater. And I wanted to come quickly because while it's still fresh in my mind, we were at the Downey Symphonic Concert on Saturday, and the air conditioning was horrendous. It was freezing in there. Not only that, the music director told me it had been that way for several of their rehearsals. And, you know, these are professional musicians. They have very expensive instruments. The concertmaster is just one example. She plays often and regularly for film scores for Hollywood blockbusters like Pirates of the Caribbean, very expensive instruments. The solo clarinetist was worried that her clarinet would be impacted because the temperature was so cold, and when she blows on it, the difference in the heat might cause some damage. I think people have commented on this before, and it's disrespectful to the audience, disrespectful to the musicians. Are you going to be able to keep a symphony here? It's really to the city's credit. It reflects well on the city that you've had this orchestra for over 60 years, and I just can't believe that you cannot do something about this temperature. It's not enough for somebody to say, well, it's Venue Tech's responsibility. It's your responsibility. And maybe Councilman Trujillo, I don't know how the temperature was when he attended. It was good? Was it good or bad? Anyway, please all come to the symphony, but more importantly, fix the theater air conditioning.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you for bringing that up. Appreciate that. Speaker number 13. Okay, seeing no more speakers.
No, I have there's plenty of speakers.
Oh,
I have a card. I was given a card. I was given this
oh, it's
card.
16. Then 13, 12, 13, okay.
I was given that card.
15 is
Wait, there's a 15 over here.
Okay.
What is your card
number? Okay. Then you will be next, Mr. Barragan.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Number 14 told me that I can use his time. Okay. Hi, my name is Jose Gomez, and before I thank for the wall, but I'm gonna give you no reason to put the permanent one, and I'm gonna ask you what you do in my situation. The other day, I went home after our work, and it was a car. They were eating tacos, and you know, it's every now and then situation. But guess what? One of the guys was taking lemons from my tree. This is the street. Right in the desk is my lemon tree. So I was very upset. I started arguing with the guy. But later on, I was feeling bad because I was fighting for food or for lemons, right? And I say, Jose, there's not even eggs. There are lemons. And I feel really bad. But the next day, I wake up and I was looking for my. I used to have a very nice custom-made shovel. It wasn't there anymore. So little by little, we have more problems because some people there, I don't know where they're coming from, but we still have problems. And to be here, I had to close my business early, like my neighbors. We had to be here for a long time. You cut the time. And we still need your help. So please help us and do the wall permanent, please.
Thank you.
Thank you
you for coming. Yes.
16. Oh, okay, so continuing the call.
Okay.
Male, white, black, Hispanic. He's a Hispanic. And what color shirt is he wearing? He's wearing a suit. What color? Gray, I believe. And he's wearing a face mask. But as people are coming in and out, he is very intrusive. And this is not the time to be doing any type of campaign, especially going after people that are minding their own business and doing their shopping. Right. Trying to get home. So he needs to be asked to leave. Okay. And are you going to be standing by, or? I am actually we had just had a council meeting. We finished about a couple of hours ago from running a couple of errands myself. Okay. So this is not appropriate. Okay. We'll send somebody out. Did you want to call back?
So the mayor is on record saying that, quote, free speech, completely allowable under the California and federal constitutions, is, quote, not appropriate. So this really illustrates the extent to which Claudia Frometa is completely incompetent about the law. It's very unfortunate that, even if we have, say, Mr. Trujillo be mayor, he also apparently doesn't get it. He had to be schooled a little bit today by the mayor, who was schooled by the BB&K attorney. So all of that is just flawed. I'm so glad that tonight really, I think, illustrated, people have been talking about the recall and they're mad about Miss Alvarez and they want to get her out. Maybe they will get her out. But look at all the other problems you have. This is not trivial. This is a major collapse. This is a failure. This is a failed council from Mr. Trujillo, yes, for when he intervened to help a criminal, which Mr. Martinez reminded us about, to this battery that Frometa has committed. And, as I understand it, there's going to be, that's not ending. So the investigation is not over. It's going to be a case. And you're going to lose because you're not qualified to be up there and you got to go.
Thank you. And with that, I will move to close public comment. Oh, no, it looks like we have one more. Alicia, all I have here was 16. I don't think okay, got it. My apologies, folks. The list that I have here only had up to 13, so go ahead.
I did not expect to be up here once again, but when I came to this appointment, I came with a purpose. I came to serve my community, for you guys to see me for who I really am and how much I care for my community. It's unfortunate that right now our current council is pretty divided, and I did mention that during my opening statement, and that's the last thing I want for my community. What I really care for Downey. I love my family. I love what Downey has done for my family. So at this point, to help my community and be part of this change, like I said, I want to be part of this change. I'm going to withdraw my application today. However, I would like to mention that I'm still interested in running because I do feel like I could be part of this change and help my community out by being representative for District 1. So with that, I'm just going to mention that for this comment.
I will now move to close public comment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so ordered by the mayor. We will now move on to consent calendar. Now is the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm recusing myself from participating in item number 7 on the consent calendar. It's related to the 3rd Street system improvements. I have to recuse myself because of my ownership interest in the real property located at 11016 New Street through a business that I'm part owner of known as Synergy LLC. I also have to recuse myself from participating in item number 11 on the consent calendar related to the Downey Improvement District street closure application because I'm part owner in real property located at 11040 Downey Avenue through my business interest in Downtown Properties, where I am shareholder and co-owner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I need to abstain from item number 2. The meeting minutes for May 31st, 2022. June 28th, 2022, and September 13th, 2022. I was not on council at the time.
Okay. So Alicia, did we get that? The abstentions? Yes. Okay. I will entertain a motion in a second to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Please vote.
The consent calendar is approved with Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo abstaining from item 7 and 11, and Councilmember Sosa abstaining from the council meeting minutes of May 31st, 2022, and June 28 and September 13, 2022.
Okay, thank you. We will now go back to our public hearing and the deliberations on that item. In light of Mr. Ortiz's withdrawal from this process, appears we now have 3 candidates. Mr. Tim Horn, Mr. Hector Lujan, and Mrs. Elvira Meraz. And Mr. Ortiz, I recognize and I value your commitment to serving the city. I will entertain a motion and a second for a nomination to fill the vacancy in District 1.
Madam Mayor, again, it's probably, this is such a difficult decision, and you see that we can't come to an agreement, which is probably why we need someone else up here to make it 5. Again, Elvira Meraz, and I commend you for, it's a class move, Horacio. But again, we came here, we're supposed to come here with an open mind. Hear these candidates out. We know Elvira and Horacio are going to run indeed in November. And based on what I've heard tonight, again, I'll make a motion to nominate Hector Lujan to fill the vacancy.
Is there a second? Is there another motion?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to appoint Mr. Timothy Horns. Upon review of my notes, Mr. Horn spoke a lot about parking, which, as many people know, is a very important issue to this council in light of the balance that we try to bring to owning a home versus renting here. He spoke of lighting, which are vital infrastructure issues, all related to his primary goal of keeping us safe in public safety. He's a 50-year resident. He's served in Public Works Department. So in light of that, I make a motion that we fill the vacancy with Timothy Horn.
Is there a second motion for this?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Oh, you're going to take roll call vote.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Sosa?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa?
No.
The motion fails.
Madam Mayor, I have a procedural question for our city attorney. So how long do we do this for?
It's really at the discretion of the mayor. And as we mentioned, it would take a majority of the council to overrule the mayor. So the council keeps going until
an
there's some
impasse?
decision otherwise.
So it's just like 2 till 3 a.m., 4 a.m.? Because I don't plan on being here that long. At some point, I'm going to walk out.
Right.
And I want the residents to know. I mean, I just don't know what else there is for me to do.
And that's up to the 4 members of the city council.
I'm sorry?
It's up to the 4 members of the city council, how long to
keep? Thank you. And just another question. As much as it seems like we would want to appoint, if we're in impasse, I mean, there's an option that we don't appoint, right?
That's correct. There's no requirement by law to fill the seat. The requirements are if you want to fill the seat, you have to pass the resolution, and then a majority of the people voting have to agree on somebody, but there is no requirement in the charter that you fill the seat by appointment.
So then I make a motion that in light of the impasse that we've reached, that we just keep the vacancy in District 1. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, please vote.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Sosa?
So I just want to clarify, this vote is to end the proceedings?
This vote is to leave the seat open because we continue to be at an impasse.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo?
Yes, I vote that we just keep the vacancy in light of the fact that we cannot agree.
And Mayor Frometa?
I think we need to continue to discuss the attributes that these candidates bring. We know that we're not going to agree on Ms. Elvira Meraz, but I do believe the candidates, based on the interviews and the questions that were answered, Mr. Lujan has the ability to fill this seat. I'm not willing to not deliver for our residents, and I'm not willing to not fill a seat that is important in order for us to conduct business. You've seen it tonight, and we've seen it many times over. There are members of this council that own property in different portions of our city, and therefore they must recuse themselves from certain votes. And therefore, we need a solid 3 votes. I don't believe is in the best interest of our city to not move forward. And if it's, Senate, Congress, sometimes they are there for hours until they come to an agreement and a realization. We are a city council, and Downey has prided itself in being a well-run city. I think we can look at ourselves and really look at why it is that we're here, and our residents are watching us. There is an individual that was also on the Planning Commission for several years and is a well-respected member of our community. I do not see why we wouldn't agree on Mr. Hector Lujan when he has a track record of service. When Assemblymember Pacheco, who vacated that seat, reached out to him and encouraged him to apply to this appointment. I don't understand, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, your inclination to not vote for Mr. Lujan. I do believe that Mayor Pacheco has, in having that conversation with Mr. Lujan, and him being as transparent as he was when he opened, at his opening statement, he said that. Assemblymember Pacheco, who we are proud of, reached out to and said, please run for my seat for that appointment.
Well, I think it's also well known that Assemblymember Pacheco is going to endorse Horacio Ortiz Jr., as is Supervisor Hahn, Congressmember Garcia. We could go on and on. I think somebody in the audience is correct. This would just have to go to the voters, and everybody will have to work hard, just like we did. At this point, if I remember my rights and obligations correctly, I'm just going to recuse myself. I have no further comments. It's clear to me that we're in an impasse. While we can certainly go through this process back and forth, I just don't think that it's reachable. So, Madam Mayor, it's clear there's an impasse today. We will not be agreeing on appointing somebody today at this point. I have no further comments and will be recusing myself from this meeting. Thank you.
So this is before we adjourn the meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo, you are in front of our downtown Downey District Association members in the business community. You are letting them know you are unable to reach an agreement with the rest of us.
Yeah.
I know Mr. Ortiz has already withdrawn from this appointment process. There is a reason you're not appointing a viable member of our community to this vacant seat. What would be your reasoning?
I think I've stated my points. There's nothing else that I can say. I can make another motion for Mr. Horn if you want to do that. I've made that like 4 times already. And you've made a motion for Mr. Lujan. That hasn't happened. So I could certainly sit here and wait. I don't want to be said that I'm being derelict of my duties. I'm accessible if anybody ever needs to talk to me, mtrujillo@downeyca.org. I will tend to the people's business, but I'm not one to play charades or be forced to vote this way. I will vote as I deem fit for the residents of this city. I think we have the perfect candidate in Mr. Ortiz. I could go on all day about
But Mr. Ortiz already, he's already.
Madam Mayor, I will not be voting
I understand.
you want me to.
But he already
Where do
has
we end
recused
this?
himself.
I understand that. Yeah, so I guess I could sit here.
Madam Mayor, what's your take on Mr. Tim Horn?
I think Mr. Tim Horn has served our community well, and he's been in public works for a number of years. Certainly, his answers, he does bring his desire for improvements in lighting and roads. I don't see why that appointment couldn't be made.
And thank you. And Councilwoman Alvarez, just trying to get some dialogue here. What's your take on Mr. Tim Horn?
I wanted to appoint Elvira Elizabeth Maras.
What was that?
I wanted to appoint Elvira Elizabeth.
Elvira?
Yes,
Is that a motion?
that's a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, please vote.
Is there a comment before the vote, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, you can comment before the vote.
Yeah. Okay, let's vote.
Well, is there a comment? I would like to comment. We've been through enough as a city. Elected officials are held to a higher standard. You pry through my information. I have to declare all my 700 forms. You probably looked into if I have lawsuits. We're placed in a situation where we have to go into people's personal affairs. In light of what happened in District 3, I think it is important that the voters know who they're voting on. I have concerns about the candidacy of Ms. Mraz only because of certain documents that were sent to me that I shared with our city attorney. I'm not one to try to go into these personal things. These are family law matters, but from my experience, when there's restraining orders issued, a judge had to make an analysis of people's behavior. I would just share that I have concerns about her candidacy that I think would present issues of liability to the city, specifically if there's going to be people out there that are going to start talking about a recall against her, should she be appointed or elected. I don't think they can recall an appointed individual, and everyone is aware of these issues. And if you think it's the appropriate thing to do is take us down that road, then I guess you'll vote your conscience tonight. But just be reminded, when things come out, you were put on notice and you knew what you were doing. And when you talk about how we're looked upon by our fellow cities and what they say about us, you remember that when you cast this vote.
I want to make a comment. I want to withdraw my motion.
I'll make a motion for Mr. Timothy Horn.
Second.
Please vote. Oh, go ahead and take roll.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sosa,
As a compromise, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Frometa,
Yes.
the motion to appoint Timothy Horn to fill the council district one vacancy is approved.
Thank you, candidates. The city council meeting is now adjourned in memory of Riverside Sheriff Deputy Darnell Calhoun, killed in the line of duty. LA County Sheriff's Detective Stephen J. Lim, who died in a traffic accident. The victims of the tragedies in the cities of Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay, and the lives lost due to COVID. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned at 10:14 p.m.